Hello. Welcome, all you wonderful 2B Dicers. I'm your host, Daddy Tarzan. Welcome to another episode of Star Wars Edge of the Empire, episode 53, Hard Choices. I'm your host, as I said, Daddy Tarzan, 82855. You can find me on all social media platforms under that handle. With me is the wonderful cast and crew of 2B Dice Adventures, an eclectic group of wonderful TikTokers. You can find us all on TikTok primarily. Some of us are cosplayers, others are thirst trap content creators, and so on and so forth. You got a wide range of choices to choose from. That being said, let's go ahead and get our cast announcement casting call out of the way. Starting off with the lovely, ever charismatic individual guy, the pilot.
Hi, everybody. It's me, Victor, the Story Weaver. You can find me with searching those words on Instagram, TikTok, and I get to play the bestest and the mostest pilot of the entire galaxy, Guy Nebrasater, also aka known as Hawkbat. He is the most revered and admired and respected pilot in the galaxy, for he is the best pilot in the galaxy. And you will find some contradictory statements throughout this campaign by some other people. I just want you all to know that just don't pay mind to them. It's fine. So yeah, I'm just gonna make sure that like the statements are clear. And yeah, you can back to you, Tarzan.
Oh, hello. Great introduction there, Guy. Moving on to our next pilot, or in some other people's opinions, the secondary pilot, Chad Visto.
Wow.
I'm just going off of what other people are saying.
No need
Rumors.
To explain.
The rumors.
Yeah, well, you could have just like let them go or something, and just like not been like, oh, the secondary pilot.
I'm just feeling the fire. Stoking the fire.
I'm Matt. You can find me at War Torn Night on the interwebs. And I'm playing Chad Visto, the pilot. Need I say more? Just watch and you'll understand.
Sun's getting real low on the horizon.
All right. Simite, who are you playing today?
I just want to say that guy doesn't even go here. Doesn't go to the school.
He literally doesn't go here.
Hello, my name is Samite. I play Bessertam, ship doctor. That's all he does, is just heal people. There's nothing special about him.
So we think.
Apparently there's a thing I've been supposed to be doing called a shield remote drone, and I've been neglecting my duties, protecting everyone else, and I've been made aware. I will try to do better.
I just wanted you to use your new feature that you worked so hard to build.
It's fine. I understand. On the dove.
And on to our next row of cast members down at the bottom there, starting off with Lovely Dovely, or Ego likes to call them.
Hey guys, I'm Tia. Oh, sorry. But green matcha latte did not agree with me. Sorry about that. Hey guys, I'm Dia, also known as Dia Val.calls and all social media. I play Zava Dovria, better known as Dav. To everyone, literally everyone, and nothing else. All she does is kill people, and does so very well, though very recently we've discovered she is still able to tap into her not-so-dormant Night Sister abilities after all.
We'd love to see it. Our consistent, ever so willing to tap that fine line between light and dark, Rawl, the Outlaw Tech. How are we doing, buddy?
All we're doing today Today we're doing something today. I don't know what it is, but we're doing something. Okay. What's going on? I'm Oz. You can find me on the interwebs by Son of a Ghost down below. And I'm playing Raw, our ever-present, ever-evolving problem child. And yeah, he's just ready to blow shit up, make things run in terror.
Love it. Love it. And finally, to round the cast off for the evening, Ego.
Hi, I'm Ego. I'm a Twi'lek scoundrel. I've never done anything wrong in my life. In my life. I don't know what that face is about. You know it's true. Thank you. Thank you, Chav.
All right, that rounds us off with our cast announcements. You can find Ego as Masquerin on all social media platforms. Like I said, we're all a wonderful cast and crew of TikTokers. You can find us all on our individual channels. Feel free to check us out. That being said, let's go ahead and roll out our announcements for the week. Still working on... Actually, we've come to the decision for Dimensional Dial. There will be no Dimensional Dial this month, unfortunately. We are looking to slate it as early as next month, so be on the lookout for that. Valley of Endless War has been locked in, I believe.
Yes, the 14th.
Awesome.
We said yes.
Good. Valley of Endless War is locked in for May 14th, coming up next week. That being said, next week, there is no Star Wars Edge of the Empire next week, as I will be out of town hiking to a secret waterfall here in Arizona to, do my annual hiking trip that I never prepare for and will most certainly injure myself doing it. That being said, that will be, unfortunately, no Star Wars next week, but that, fear not, as we will return the following week to continue our wonderful stories. Frontiers of Eberron still being locked in, I believe, other than...
June, I believe, is what Michael said, so...
Locked in for next month as well. All right.
Yeah.
Awesome. We'll be rolling out another, I believe that's going to be bi-weekly, bi-weekly program. So be on the lookout for that as Frontiers of Eberron returns to 2B Dice Adventures. We're excited about that one. It's going to be really, really fun. We had a good following for that last season.
Hell yeah, we are.
Other than that, that is all we have. Still work. All right, hold on. Tales of Arden. Did we lock in a date for Tales of Arden yet? 9:30 CST. May's tomorrow. May 15th. May 15th is the locked in date for Tales of Arden. Next Thursday. Be on the lookout for that. That's going to be also bi-weekly or monthly. Did he say bi-weekly or monthly? I can't remember.
Bi-weekly.
Bi-weekly. Okay. So every other 2 weeks with Tales of Arden, we will be returning to that wonderful story where we left off with a wonderful message from Trevor to William as he was drunkenly beating people up in a tavern because he lost his golden child, which he was not happy about. That is it for our announcements. Let's go ahead and get a quick little recap of what we left off with last week. As we had a big series of events. The crew had unlocked the vault stat that was hidden away in the tomb of Darth Bane. The crew managed to fend off these phantasmal forces that quickly revealed themselves to be interlinked with Rawl, who immediately fell unconscious after after these phantoms took massive hits from our killers of the party, essentially. After realizing that they were linked, the crew worked quickly to identify how to stop these apparitions by entering the vault and securing a Sith holocron. After securing the holocron, the crew of the Crypt Chasers, as well as the Core Atlas crew, spent time studying this artifact, and eventually it was revealed to them, or it was offered to them, a additional 75,000 credits for the assistance of opening the holocron for further study for Camden.
100,000.
100,000. They agreed to the terms, and upon doing so, their consciousness was brought inside the holocron, to where they met with the apparition of Darth Bane, a Sith Lord long past, who warned them of their meddling on this planet has awoken a ancient spirit that has been imprisoned below the Valley of the Dark Lords, as this being is in possession of untold power. During their interaction, Camden Floor, the leader of the Crypt Chasers, or the lead scholar, pleads with Darth Bane to allow them to catalog and preserve the Sith teachings as for others to learn from their past mistakes in trials. Angered by this notion of preserving Sith teachings, Darth Bane uses his command of the Force to crush the essence of Camden in the vision, and also crushes his body in the physical world, killing him instantly. After interacting with Darth Bane, Bane introduces the crew to a vision of what either was long past or a possible future should they continue to meddle on this planet with this apparition, this entity that's locked away. A vision of a lone figure standing in opposition of a joined forces of both the Sith and the Republic working together to try and take down this being, unleashing massive volleys of blaster fire from capital ships, AT walkers, so on and so forth. Or not AT walkers, but walkers. This being takes this incredible damage and stands on the other side unfazed, and crushes the combined forces of both the Republic and the Empire in one single swoop. After being shown this vision, they were cast out of the holocron to where they saw the lifeless body of Camden, Guy, who has been on the outside of this vision, bears witness to Camden floating in the air and his body being contorted and twisted in a sickly manner. His initial reaction is to get the fuck out of the planet, and both Chav and Guy, in agreement, start preparations for evacuation. That's where our story picks up, as the rest of this journey is to be diced. Looks like we already rolled out our force points for the day. Looking good.
Your ego to balance us out. Are you gonna do it this time?
Well,
Ooh.
too light.
Very well.
Ego. I knew you were my favorite.
All right.
Bess would like to go over to whoever's left in charge after the sad demise of the Crypt Chasers leader.
Okay. You approach the lifeless body as the crew has prepped his body for transport. He's laid out on your your medical gurney. What would you like to ascertain?
Who is in charge now?
So the rest of the crew looks at each other quizzically, but Sindhu, the artifact analyst, steps forth. Rhodian, green-skinned female. We don't necessarily have a leadership at this point, but I guess I would fit that description.
I hope you have no delusions of going further. I think we've all seen quite enough.
This excavation was ordered by the Emperor himself. The findings that we uncovered here is of utmost importance.
You cannot report back to the Emperor something you've discovered after you die. Going further in, that's exactly what you're going to find. Your death. I would say it's time to cut your losses.
Maybe you're right. We need a new dig director. Anyways, we can't go further without him, without somebody to direct us. So maybe you're right.
It's my job to keep you all safe, and right now keeping you all safe means convincing you that going further is the height of stupidity. So yes.
Guy, if I recall correctly, you had already begun setting up evacuation protocol, coordinating with Gal.
Yeah.
The crew had begun packing up their gear. The Crypt Chasers have begun packing up their gear, and some of them have begun making their way towards you to start loading up their equipment onto the ships out, staying by outside. By this point, you get an erratic message from Gal. It's warning of, you're getting multiple messages of large incoming, I'm on my way, and as you step outside to see what's going on, the Crypt Chasers following behind you, with you on taking point. You see Gal rushing through the valley. At the same time, you're getting blips of something. What appears to be some type of glitch in your early detection systems. But as you're looking around, as you cross the threshold of the temple or the tomb, you see what you initially thought was another towering statue, but as you get a closer look, its structural form is hulking in physicality, and its massive cranium upturned as it seems to be sniffing the sky, the air around it. You see these massive spines protruding from the back of its skull, spines protruding from its elbows, as it's this bipedal creature towering over the statues themselves. It turns. You see these black lenses lock in on you and the Crypt Chasers, and you just hear a cacophonous as it starts rushing towards you. the ground beneath your feet, all of you feel this as this creature barrels towards you, Gal in between it and you, and it's just rushing. What do you do?
Can I shoot it?
Feel free.
I would like to roll for initiative.
That's where we're at. Go ahead, guy.
Dove is going to take her rifle and shoot at its legs, trip it up to give the others more time to react.
I would like to get to high ground.
What's the distance?
try
Where is
it.
it at?
Hold on. Guy, you had something?
He's mooted.
He said, hold on. And then he put his glasses on.
We're on a trip.
Going on a trip in our favorite rocket ship.
I would like to be on my favorite rocket ship, but it's not here. Oh, yeah. Initiative roll. I just saw somebody roll dice and it reminded me.
All right. So, do you remind me what's the distance of this?
It stands about a quarter mile from the entrance of the tomb from you. Gal is about 300 feet from you now. Let's see. So it stands at the far end of the valley. It's rushing towards you.
You all have so much higher vigilance than I do.
So, 300, 400 feet away from me. Gal is about 300, 400 away from me, correct?
Yeah.
And this thing is like 200 more or 300 more? How?
Yes, about 200 feet further back. It's covering a lot of ground really quick. This thing, for its massive size, moves insanely fast. And let's see. Let's get the initiative out of the way first. We got 3 people so far. The rest of you are still inside. You guys are all feeling this this rolling thunder that's quaking through the ground.
We'll have rolled. Who is it? There's roll.
But as you're looking at this thing, Dove and Guy, this creature has 2 massive tusks protruding from its maw, spines protruding from its forearms towards its back. All down its back is riddled with massive black spines, and its entire exterior it seems to be either armored plated or some type of chitinous armor.
It's a Sith Rancor.
Is this a rancor?
Roll me. Everybody roll a formidable xenology check for me. That is wanting to know what. Well, actually, only Dove and Guy are seeing this, so only Dove and Guy can roll.
Oh.
Does it look like a rancor, like we have on Dathomir, that the handle of my blade is made out of?
We'll see.
I'm not outside, even though I was also trying to go to the VCX.
Okay. Chav, that works too. Go ahead.
Not that I'm going to succeed this roll, but I just wanted to make sure that I was actually outside.
1 success, 2 advantages.
None of you know what this creature is. There's some similarities to the structure of this creature, akin to a rancor, but it's nothing like you've seen before.
Independent, separate.
Okay, so I saw this thing is running in the direction of Gal toward me as well. It's 200 feet away, but covering ground fast from where Gal is. It roared. Question: as it's charging, it's his maw open.
Its maw you can't see its mouth anymore. It's in a full sprint. So its head's down. You're just met with armored plating on the skull as it's just rushing towards you.
You said armor plating, as in like it has like put on armor, or the skin.
It's natural. It's like natural armor. Yeah, it's like either chitinous or some type of exoskeleton.
Okay. So.
Okay, we got all the player characters. 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 player characters. All right, we got droids. Okay.
It's only one thing, you guys. We're fine. We're fine.
We should be.
That's 473 health.
I think that the first thing that guy does is he immediately commands, like shouts to Gal, get out of there now, as he draws his heavy rifle, takes a knee, and attempts to aim to this thing's face.
Okay.
As he communicates to Gal, if it stumbles, like veer off, like basically get out of the way of this thing. As an incidental, I'm going to use I forgot the name of this thing, but basically what it is, where is it? Do I have it? Didn't. I don't have the name on it right now. Oh yes, my remote DVI activator it allows an incidental. This is basically a button that I use to activate and turn my ship on, so that it actually follows the beacon of the signal that I have on me.
Okay.
And so if you see the chaff player kind of like cussing, is because he realizes and understands that the best pilot already has it. So obviously he doesn't, just the observation.
Okay.
Then after doing that, taking that knee, Guy is going to attempt to shoot at this thing's face to see if he can get him to either make him veer or move in some direction.
All right, go ahead and take that shot.
And let me just double check a couple of things, because I haven't moved from my position.
So this would be considered a long shot.
Great. Long shot. That's with my blaster rifle. Long. Do we have the rancor on the map? I'm assuming, yeah. Let me see this thing here.
It's the question mark.
Was that?
It's the question mark in the.
And then, so because of column, doesn't add a setback die on checks due to use of the aim maneuver. So I'm going to be using that. I'm also going to use a strain for rapid reaction to, I don't know that if it matters, but if needed, I'm basically adding 2 strain to give myself 2 points of success on initiative.
Uh-huh.
So that I am basically like first go. And sorry. Trying to do as much as I can. Okay. And because of the quick strike, that also gives me 2 advantage on this shot, because the other enemy hasn't taken an attack action yet. So It's that. And are you kidding me?
I fucking love it.
Wow.
A lot of advantages, sir.
Yeah, but there's 0 hits and despair on top of that.
You go to take the shot, and as you line up the shot, the ground beneath your feet is shaking violently, and it's causing your shot. It's causing you to have a hard time to get a lineup. As you go to take the shot, you realize you hadn't. You've ran out of ammunition. That will end your turn. Next player in the initiative. Before you do, Sindhu and the Crypt Chasers look at this creature in horror, and the what are they called? The excavation team. Everybody that's carrying gear all of a sudden drop their stuff, and Sindhu shouts out, "That's a Tyranitech! Everyone inside now!" And then her and the Crypt Chasers rush back inside the tomb. Next player in the initiative, please.
If y'all wouldn't mind, I will give you all some shield droids. So yeah, he's actually gonna pull out his blaster pistol, switch it off of the stun setting, which he has not done for a very, very long time. And he's going to give a shield droid to... Oh, can you answer my question real quick?
Yeah. So the shield droid is a physical barrier, so it will act, or it'll interpret the enemy's intentions and trying to intercept the attack. So you could benefit from the droid as well.
Awesome. I will keep one for myself. I will give one to Rawl. And which one's my favorite pilot? Oh yes, Chav. So you all get one ranged, one melee defense bonus.
Do that from anywhere?
The droids disperse. They're remote droids.
Oh,
So-
okay, very well.
So yeah, Bess just activates his, gives out his orders, and the droids just and start protecting you guys.
I'm gonna take a shot as I move off and to the left.
All right, go ahead and take your shot.
How do I target?
It's the question mark in the combat tray.
What's his?
He's currently long range from you.
Current long range. Thank you. Couldn't say the words for some reason.
If your weapon is, what's your weapon's range?
Holy crap! So much.
What weapon are you using?
My blaster pistol.
Your pistol cannot reach that far.
Yeah, I was gonna say. Gave me like all these despairs and stuff. It's like, holy crap. Yeah, I'll just I run off to the left, and I'm gonna wait for him to get in the group before
Okay.
I take fire.
All right. That's next player character in the initiative, please. I'm excited for you guys to actually land a hit.
Is it long range, did you say?
It's currently long range from you guys, closing distance fast.
If I may, since I'm outside and useless, what is the closest ship to Chav?
The ships themselves are about half mile out.
A mile.
Half a mile. Gal is a quarter mile from you guys. You guys had to walk a good distance to get into this valley or into this tomb.
So half a mile is like what, like medium range or something?
Yeah. Where Gala's at would be medium range to you guys.
Oh. So she's a quarter. So that means that in 2 turns I could make it to a ship.
Correct. If that massive towering exo creature doesn't maul you to death first.
That thing's at long range though. It's got a lot of ground to cover.
Mm-hmm.
At least I'm assuming. Yeah, Chav is going to use his whole turn and movement to run to the nearest ship, because otherwise he's useless against this thing.
Okay. So that's a action to maneuver and a maneuver.
Yeah.
And maneuver twice as long as you spend.
1 strain, right?
Yeah.
That's fine.
Yep. Okay. All right. That will end your turn. Cool. Next player in initiative, please.
Dove, save us.
Long distance.
Correct.
I am going to use my light repeating blaster.
Sounds good.
I think she's intentionally shooting at where its legs will connect to its ankles with the intention to trip it up,
Okay.
in hopes to give more time to the excavation crew and the other members of
All
our
right.
crew to get themselves up or whatever they need to do.
Okay. I'm going to go ahead and add a setback to that because you are targeting a quickly moving targeting surface area. So.
Can I
Yeah.
use my brace maneuver to remove 1 setback die?
Sure.
Because think about, would this count as an environmental circumstance since it's running? I don't know.
Is that
I don't
what
know.
brace does? Brace is if there's an environmental situation going on. So no, you wouldn't be able to use it for this.
That's fine.
Okay, you land a hit. Okay, 23 damage.
4 successes, 2 advantages, and let me check something real quick. Deadly accuracy is a passive skill, so would that count based on the composition we had earlier? So in which case it would take an additional. Where am I? It would take an additional 5 points of damage to that 23.
Okay, let's see.
Barrage is also a passive. Does that also count?
Say again.
Barrage is also a passive. Does that stack?
Barrage. Let's see. As part of which talent tree?
The bodyguard. Barrage to 1 hit of successful attack while using ranged heavy, which is what this weapon is. All gunnery skills. At long range. Long or extreme range.
Yeah, that would work. How's your light repeater doing 19 damage? Is
That would be because of all my ranks. It's not any additional damage. The things on the side is just for my reference, so I know which. It's not altered in any way. She's just maxed out her.
Okay.
skills.
Yeah, the barrage I believe it only counts to 1 attack. Let's see. Add 1 damage per rank of barrage, so that's where your ranks are coming from. Okay.
Of which I have 2.
Okay. Longer extreme. Okay, cool. So at longer extreme ranges, yeah. Okay, that works. Cool. All right, so 23 damage plus, which is already calculated into the damage. All right, cool.
I don't think so, because it's not. It's
Because the
literally
base
just
damage, the base damage is 11 for light repeating blaster. You added the ranks of barrage into the damage already. That's where the 19 is coming from, because the base damage should be only 11.
Okay. I wasn't sure because I know it's like a manual thing. But yeah, barrage and
You have 2 advantages left, and you added the barrage. You added the what other features were you trying to activate?
barrage and deadly accuracy.
Deadly accuracy. That's a talent, I believe. What does deadly accuracy do? That adds intelligence or another.
It is when acquired, choose 1 combat skills. In this case, it's ranged heavy. Add damage equal to ranks in that skill to 1 hit of successful attack. So it's adding damage equal to the ranks I have in ranged heavy.
So you're doing that with 2 different abilities. Oh, okay, gotcha. Okay. Okay. Cool. And you're double dipping into ranged heavy.
That's what it's all calculating into.
Okay. Cool. All right. Cool. So that's another 5 points. Okay. Got it. 23 plus 5, that's going to be 28. Minus this creature's soak. I gotta break out the calculator. You land the shot. No problem. All right. However, it seems as if the blast itself kind of reflects off the carapace of this creature. It does not seem to be affected all that much by it. Anything else?
Nope, that'll be all.
All right. Next initiative is the supposed Torrentitech. It uses its maneuver to cover 1 range band from long to medium, action to maneuver from medium to short. And then
Short in regards to the rest of the party or Chef and Gal?
Currently, it would be. It's a good question. It was across. You would be close range.
Oh. Okay.
Because you had to run towards the Trent attack to get to your ship. Probably should have explained that a little bit better. Sorry.
Yeah. So otherwise, I would just be inside.
Okay. Yeah, we'll walk yours back. I should have explained that better. So you would have gone inside instead?
Yeah, I'm not going to run past this thing, even if it means getting a ship.
Okay.
That's suicide when you have a wound threshold of 7.
Okay. Yeah, that was my bad. I should have explained that a little bit better.
Why so low?
All I do is fly the ship.
Oh no, buddy.
All I do is fly the ship.
Okay.
Here.
Yeah, it uses its action and maneuver to close the distance, and as it closes in, I'm gonna need everybody to. Never mind. He still needs to close 1 more range band, and then he's gonna do some shit. But yeah, as he closes the distance, you guys realize the severity of the situation. This creature's carapace seems to be able to absorb a lot of damage, and seems to be unfazed by you guys taking shots at it. That will end his turn. Next player in the initiative, please. Actually, Ego, I'm going to need a lore check from you, as you heard the words Torrentitech.
I don't know anything. Oh god.
That'll be a hard difficulty for you.
I will.
Actually, you haven't spent time with the Jedi Order at all, have you?
No.
Okay, then never mind. Don't disregard.
Like I don't know anything. Oh God. Yeah, I don't know. Whatever the opposite direction of this creature is, I would like to be going there.
That's deeper inside the tomb.
Sounds great. 'Cause I saw a dove try to shoot it, and it just carried on like nothing.
Shrugged it off, yeah.
Hi, she did shoot it. Thank you. She will continue shooting it.
Okay. But that's what I mean. So there's no way my little blaster is gonna do anything. So I'm gonna go inside.
Okay.
More inside as I can be.
Okay. Go ahead and you maneuver inside. Take up cover. How far? You're going all the way in as far as you can.
I don't even know if he's thinking sensibly right now. Yeah, he's just gonna go as far as he can.
I'm going to go ahead and clarify for all of you. As it closes this distance, it does not seem like it's slowing down.
Running.
So keep
in the tomb.
and it's massive. It doesn't. The doors itself are big, but this creature could not fit that easily into it.
That easily, he says. Foreshadowing, folks.
It's fine.
All right, you take cover deeper inside, behind a load-bearing pillar in the antechamber of the tomb. Last player on the initiative, please. That would be Rawl.
Oh yes. Honestly, Raw was still inside the tomb.
Yeah, you
Oh,
just
that's
see all the crypt chasers just running for their lives into the interior of this chamber. You see
And all of a
Ego
sudden-
bolting past you, and you hear blaster fire outside.
And I see Dr. Bess's shield droid come in and take
Oh,
up
and
the-
Chaff. Yeah.
and
Yeah,
Chaff.
the shield droid is just hovering around you, seeming to be assisting you in some way.
Okay. Can I just look outside and look at the holocron, just to see if anything abnormal is happening?
The holocron itself seems to be inert, and you swear it's getting darker outside.
Okay.
As you feel the ground quaking beneath your feet, loose stone from the ceiling above begins to fall and rain down on top of you guys. What do you do?
Can I see the Rancor, the creature? I don't know what it is. Can I see it from where I am?
Not from your position, no. You'll have to maneuver out towards it, or wait inside.
And I just saw Ego rush past.
Ego and Chav and the Crypt Chasers, yes.
Okay.
If Chav is running by Rawl, he's going to just, like, as he's running, just be yelling, blow it up, blow it up, blow it up, blow it up, blow it up.
Get a big gun! Big gun!
With my brawn as high as it is, how far do you say I can throw?
Thrown weapons are only short distance.
That seems counterproductive.
That'll get a grenade by the door, where you're currently standing.
Or if you walk forward, then you can throw it out of the door
Correct.
at this thing that is running. Pick a big one.
The biggest one there is. Trying to find a
The
thing.
holy hand grenade.
Yes, if you have the holy hand grenade of Antioch, now is the time.
Well, can I spend a destiny point, gang?
I'ma say yeah. I vote
Okay.
yes.
Okay, I will do so, and I will utilize utility belt as an incidental to pull out a thermite detonator.
Thermal?
A thermite detonator. It's a bigger grenade.
Hmm. Okay.
Okay. I'm gonna set it to explode after 1 round, and I'm gonna toss it closer. Let's see. How far away from he is he?
He's currently short range from the rest of the crew. Close range to Gal.
Okay.
I'll say for Guy, this creature doesn't seem to be bothered, but doesn't even register Gal as a
How far away is he from me, though?
medium range.
He's medium range. Can I maneuver a range band to get closer?
You could.
Okay, I will do that, and I will toss it out. The thermite detonator. Like, can I do it like half range band, so it's not like over on my crew's side, but on the opposite side?
I mean,
of them?
you have it on a delayed reaction, so
Right. Yes.
You run the risk of it being outside of its blast range if you position it anywhere else.
Which is why I'm going to get him to be
There's
over
there's
that
no-
way.
For the sake of my sanity, there's no such thing as in between ranges. Just pick a range and
Just-
throw it.
Just away from them on the other side over there, so that they aren't in the blast range.
Right. They still have a chance to move. So you guys have plenty of players in the ahead to get them out of the blast range. Where are you throwing it? Short? Medium?
Yeah, short.
Okay, cool. All right. You prime this thermite detonator with a blast or with a damage of thermal detonator with a damage of 20, crit of 2, short range, blast of 15, breach of 1, vicious of 4, limited ammo of 1. As your one-time use of your utility belt, you cannot do that for the rest of the session. Okay, got it. Cool.
That's not.
Or
how it
encounter. Sorry.
goes. That's not how it goes either. I have to spend a destiny point. That's it. That's all it asks for. 1 destiny point to utilize the utility belt feature.
Utility. Okay. We'll have to double check that, but all right. That is cool. You throw the grenade. Go. There's no need for a ranged attack because you can throw just fine. That'll end your turn. All right. Next player in the initiative at the top of the second round.
All right. I'm going to get some clarity in regards of like the map, or rather the logistics of location for what I'm about to do. So the Rancor is running. The Rancor, the creature is running from the direction of the ships toward the direction where we are. That is where the entrance to the ruins are. Correct.
It's currently perpendicular to the ships at this the makeshift landing site that you guys created. So it's like online with the ships. Gal was making her way to you guys. So
Great.
it's in direct.
It's at the level of where the ships are, you say?
Yeah.
Perfect. You're going to roll for me a daunting check, and I'm going to use my DVI activator to pull up a piloting maneuver with my ship remotely, as I'm going to attempt to shove my ship onto this creature to basically hit it from the side to attempt to push it off.
We're gonna have to get through some logistics here first. Your ship is currently at the speed of 0. and land it. You have to get it. You have to spend a maneuver to get it. The thrusters going.
I activated it on the previous one.
Right. That powered the ship on. You need a maneuver to initiate thrusters and get it off the ground. So that'll get it going, and it'll be able to close the range band for sure. Okay. You activated it last round. You initiate the thrusters. That gets it moving forward. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right, cool. Yep, that works. All right.
Okay.
You said what kind of check is this?
It's a daunting check for me to be able to pull this off.
What skill am I rolling?
It's going to be a daunting piloting check for me. But before we do it, let me just double check my stuff.
That's a big ship too. Speed silhouette of 4. What's this creatures? Ooh. See if you pull this off.
Okay.
You're gonna have to increase the difficulty by 1 as this creature is 1 size smaller than your ship.
So it's formidable.
Mm-hmm.
Smaller than the ship.
Is it 1 size smaller or 2 size smaller or bigger?
1 size smaller. This creature has the silhouette of 3. It is massive. Wait, difficulty made against 2 silhouettes larger than decreased by 1. The difficulty of an attack made against the character 2 more silhouettes smaller. So never mind. It's normal.
I was gonna say.
Only 2 sizes small difference. Got it.
Okay.
I only know that because I've been reading up on the rules of Genesis. Very recently.
So, do you need me to add anything to my pool besides my piloting?
Let's add a setback for the difference in speed. It's in a full charge as your ship's just getting momentum. So yeah, let's add 1 setback die to this challenge, just for the speed difference.
Okay. So I need to beat 1 failure, 2 threats.
No.
That's a hard difficulty, not a daunting difficulty.
Formidable is 4.
No, it's daunting.
Daunting is 4
right.
difficulty die. There we go. Why did I roll difficulty for? Okay. The ship powers up its thrusters as it begins to thrust forward and impacts into the side of this massive creature. And you watch as the creature's momentum comes to a sliding halt as it is impacted in the side, and it grips onto the side of the ship as it's trying to stop its sideways progression. What else do you have for me? Well, 3 advantages. We'll give him 3 points of strain for that.
I'm going to take 2 strain that allows me to do an action as a maneuver.
Okay.
So that way that piloting check was a maneuver instead of an action.
Gotcha.
And then I'm going to...
You bought yourself some time. That's pretty awesome.
Yeah. That's kind of like that's sort of the point. Now that the creature is distracted with the ship, I'll probably let Gal know to basically like get Gal to go in the so like if the ship hit it going in this direction, I'm ordering Gal to basically start veering the other way, so
Get her
it's
out
no
of the-
longer like in front of it. And
Get it out of its
probably gonna
path. Gotcha.
Yeah, and I'm probably going to be doing the same. I think as an action. Yeah, I don't think shooting this thing is going to make much of a difference. So, yeah, I think as an action, what Guy is going to do, he's going to take the distraction as well. And
Okay.
so him and Gal are going to attempt to rush out of line of sight from this creature, as I'm going to try to look for cover, like moving away from the area that this thing was rushing toward. And I'm going to basically try to circle around to see if at any point I can get an opportunity to get on the ship.
Okay. Cool. So you're gonna continue to stay outside, but try and circle around it. Okay. No problem. Anything else for your turn?
I don't think anything else that would be useful.
Okay. Next player on the initiative, please.
This is gonna do something stupid.
Okay.
How far am I from this thing?
You're currently short distance from it, as its momentum has been brought to a halt, as it's now wrestling with a YT Corellian frigate. Or
Just if
Sorry. If I'm able to do the full throttle piloted maneuver as an action, as a maneuver, can I use my action now that it's free to try to speed up the ship?
Full throttle, so that gets it to the speed of 5. Or 3.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm thinking of the other YT. I'm thinking of the Noth one. So yeah, you could do that.
All right. So carry on.
Okay. I'll have him do a athletics on his turn once it comes around. With that, I'll put 3 setback on his athletics. Okay, cool. All right, next player, please.
Bess is going to snatch his 2 shield drones from the 2 screaming, running people who ran into the thing. Rawl didn't run in, but he didn't come out either.
What do you mean? I'm right there.
He's going to snatch him from them and take him back to himself, giving him 5 range defense.
Ooh.
Defense. And he's going to walk up to the Tyranitar.
Tyranitar?
Yep.
What are you going to try and do?
I'm going to punch him.
Ooh. All right.
Now, he's a silhouette. He's a couple silhouettes higher than me.
2 silhouettes bigger than you, yes.
Right. So.
You were in the interior. That would put you at medium range, so you would have to move 2 range bands to get to him.
I thought you said I was short ranged.
Sorry, short range. Sorry. So short range to close.
To engaged.
To engaged. Yeah.
Just 1 range band.
Gotcha.
Yeah. So I'm gonna try and hit him. Why am I getting these?
What, the 3 red proficiency? That's because he's an adversary of 3. He upgrades the difficulty when you target him.
Okay.
Because he's a silhouette of 3, it does downgrade the difficulty by 1. So instead of 3 red, you get 2 red and 1 purple.
Right.
So just click the downgrade option. Or no, there is no downgrade. So just remove 1 red die and add 1 purple.
Okay. Come on. Just hit. That's all I need. Fuck.
All right. You go to strike the form of this creature. As you reach, extend yourself, you impact onto the hard carapace of this creature, unaffecting him. Anything else? You got an incidental.
No. I guess not.
Okay. That will end your turn. Next player in the initiative, please.
In the time this has happened, would there be anything we could roll to see if there's any weaknesses in the animal's hide that might be worth targeting?
This will take an action to do, but yes, you can do it.
Would that do that?
This will be a skill check. So let's do... You can do perception just to physically look, or you can use cool to try and... Or not cool, survival to see if there's any previous wounds on this creature that you could probably exploit.
I'll do perception for this round.
Okay. It's going to be... let's see, I'll make this...
Two advantages.
Make this a hard difficulty. Let's go average.
That was 1 success, 2 advantages, and I'm not opposed to adding my triumph on top of that if needed.
Okay, you succeed. You see from where you shot previously a small trail of blood streaking down its leg. You managed to wound it a little bit, but it does, continued exploits of that wound could possibly bear fruit, but this thing is pretty big, so it might take a bit.
Dove will call out to anyone who's within hearing distance. Left leg.
Okay. All right.
And I believe that's all she's got because that was her action. And
You got a maneuver left.
her maneuver would not. With a closing distance, how far away is it now?
It is currently a short distance from you guys.
Am I able to use that maneuver to get back into long range if possible?
Are you maneuvering inside, or are you circumventing around to the valley? Okay, so you're going to remain on the outside of the tomb. Okay. Yes.
She's not going inside. She feels like that's going to close off her abilities too much.
Gotcha.
I can fly. What am I saying?
Yeah, I was
That-
just saying you can't
Wait a
fly
minute.
with a jetpack.
That being said, by this point, you guys all hear the clinking of a spherical object landing in front of you. Came from the interior as you all look down and spot a thermal detonator currently active and counting down. So you can maneuver from your position from the grenade and the front attack. That will put you at one range band of from short to medium range. And you're gonna fly, you said?
Yeah, she just sees that the detonator coming with, and you just see her like boosting herself backwards.
All right. The suit, I believe, requires a average piloting check.
Piloting check. Planetary, I believe.
Yep, planetary.
3 successes, 3 advantages, and another triumph.
Okay. Average piloting check. There we go. Oh shit!
Oh.
I will. Can I use my triumph?
Additional triumph to beat that? Yes, you can.
Yes.
All right. It's a close call. We'll say as this creature's thrashing about with the YT freighter, the thermal detonator. You kind of rocket up, not realizing the overhead archway of this tomb. You kind of impact off the side of it a little bit, and then it thrusts you forward out of range of the blast radius of the grenade. That will end your turn. And next player in the initiative, please, before the Torrent Tech takes its turn.
Question.
Mm-hmm.
Is Dr. Bess in range of this grenade?
He moved away from the grenade, so he's currently short distance from it, which would technically put him in range, yes.
How far is Dr. Bess from Chev?
Medium range, because you moved inside. Oh no, you moved inside.
Yeah, he's long range for me.
Yeah, he's long range from you right now.
Can I get to medium without using a action or maneuver?
Without using an action or a maneuver?
Yeah, because I need an action and a maneuver to do what I want to do to save Dr. Bess's life.
No, buddy.
Okay, then I'm then too strained to do an action, a maneuver, and a second maneuver.
Yes, you can.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so we're going to do that so that I can get in range, seeing the grenade, seeing Dr. Bess, deciding that the best idea as a doctor to run at a giant creature that is wrestling with a freighter. And he's just,
Like, there's a reason I did what I did.
I know there's a reason.
It would have been cool if it worked.
Epic, but in this moment now, it's my turn to save your life so that you can save my life later. As seeing this chap just yells, "Doc!" and then shoots the hook shot of the exo glove at Dr. Bess.
So the question is Dr. Bess consciously aware of this assistance? Yeah, this is an incidental, yeah. As an incidental, you can choose to take this assistance, or Chev will have to contend with your ranged setbacks that you have in place. You still have to contend with one because he has a personal shield up. But you can downgrade the setbacks from that's provided by the droids.
So the personal shield is actually 2, and the 3 shield.
Oh,
droids
2.
are 3.
Yeah. Okay, so yeah, you'll have to contend with at least 2 setbacks from the shield minimum.
So this is normally an average check for me.
Okay. So Psymite, are you giving the droids the order to stand down for this attempt? As an out-of-turn incidental.
Yeah.
Okay. As you're standing under this creature who's wrestling with a freighter, that fear kind of starts to set in as you, like, what the fuck did I just do?
So how many setbacks am I adding?
2.
I feel damage is strain, guys. I was trying to strain him out.
I get that, but now I gotta yoink in.
There was a reason. I'm not
I know. It doesn't work.
Okay, great.
Hmm.
I'm just gonna stay where I am then.
Oh, no. Okay. That'll end your turn.
I literally have nothing else that I am able to do as the hook shot goes wide and Chav's eyes also go wide, impending a big flash.
Fine, I'm fine. I'm fine.
Okay, so this Torrent Tech is going to have to spend its maneuver to try and shove off this this YT freighter that's barreling into him. Said there was going to be an athletics check. Speed is it's full throttle, which is speed is 3. So we'll call this hard difficulty with a setback of 3. And and you all watch as this thing just double underhooks the ship and just yoinks it over its head. The freighter goes veering off into the atmosphere up above, avoiding collisions. However, seeing that was its maneuver, it's going to spend its action as an additional maneuver to continue its charge and closing one range band from close to engaged. I'm going to need a coordination check from you, Dr. Bess, as it barrels past you.
Which direction is the
silhouette? Straight for the tomb.
So towards
it's a silhouette of 3, so this is going to be a hard difficulty. And then it's going to be a brawl. Or no, athletics. Which is still the same. No, it's so athletics is higher.
So do you want to roll the difficulty for me, or
rolling it now?
Okay.
Okay. So 1 failure, 2 threats to beat. You succeed. You succeed with minor scrapes, so go ahead and take 10 points of wounds minus your soak. As as this creature rushes by, one of its spikes slashes you across the chest as you sidestep, penetrating your shield barrier. Thankfully, your shield barrier provided some level of protection, but this thing's massive size proves overwhelming for the capabilities of the shield.
And that was it trying to hit me?
No, it just rushed past you. This is its... Ooh, I forgot about this. I'm going to need a resilience check as well, as these spikes scrape across your skin. Average difficulty with a challenge of 2.
So you're doing too much right now.
You succeed, which is a good thing. You feel as this spine drags across your flesh, a wash of numbness sets in. Experience with this type of toxin, you're able to fight it off before it paralyzes you completely. And that will end its turn, as it is now engaged range with everybody at the threshold of this tomb.
So where's the bomb in relation to it now?
Currently under its feet, as it's rushing into the door. Next player on the initiative, please.
So I'm asking questions about this. If I spend 2 strain to get a bonus maneuver, can I pick up the detonator?
What are you trying to do?
Deactivate and pick it up?
No, of course not.
Of course.
I would like to pick it up, hold it in one fist, and use my action to punch it in the mouth. It is the effect, because this thing is okay. Hang on. Bear with me. This thing is huge.
Yourself.
This thing is huge. I did not set it for impact. I set it for timed. So it's not going to go off for just punching it in the mouth. The effect is to break a tooth and put it inside its mouth.
You're hoping you're going to break the tooth of this creature. This massive creature that is standing 15 feet tall. You stand at 5'6". How are you going to reach its mouth?
Is it not on all fours? It's been doing
No, it's a
that
bipedal creature.
Okay.
You can try to throw it into its mouth. I'm going to say that's going to be a very hard task, but
Of all the enemies that were very punchable, why is this the one that we want?
everybody wants to try and punch. This is a very interesting choice for all of you guys.
Maybe I should try to punch it
It
next.
decided to be right in our faces.
Dr. Best just learned that this creature has neurotoxins in its
You have
spines.
a metal arm, at least.
Do and a metal glove on top of it.
Come on, Bucky.
All
I
right.
also have metal gloves.
So what's your choice? You can try. You can certainly try, as Matt Mercer would like to say.
Okay, so now that you're just telling me that's 15 feet tall, that's impertinent.
I told you that at the beginning.
He was tall. He didn't say it was 15 feet tall.
It's got a silhouette of 3. You know what else has the silhouette of 3? The Echo Celine.
The VCX.
That's 4.
Almost.
VCX is silhouette 4.
This creature was a size smaller than the VCX and the fucking YT. Good, you can try. It's not going to be easy.
Okay. Scratch the detonator. However, can I still suffer 2 strain to mount my hoverboard?
Okay.
Use the maneuver to fly above its head.
It's currently outside. Are you going outside as well?
Well, I was in the
You're-
doorway. That's how I threw the
Right.
detonator at him.
Right.
So, yes, correct.
You're going to go to the
Yeah,
exterior.
okay.
That will still put you in the blast range of this dirt detonator. You do know that, right? The blast radius of a thermal detonator is short range,
But I'm flying.
which is
above
already what Dr. Best is. Just because you're flying above it doesn't take you out of its blast range, bud.
Correct.
You're
but
still
he's-
in.
If the detonator is at his feet, and what I'm attempting to do is
You're
knock
trying to
him
shield
up-
yourself a little bit with it. Okay, I see
Yeah.
what you're talking about. All right, I mean, you're still in blast range, but I'll give you.
My soak can tank it, but you know, my soak.
Are we
can
sure
tank
about that?
it. Yes,
With a breach of 6 or whatever.
I have
15. Breach of 1, which is 10
Right.
points of soak.
I want to confirm that the theory here is that if we put the bomb in the mouth and then the bomb blows up, you have cover. Yes?
correct.
No,
Okay. And
We-
we,
I
would-
are not
I would have-
concerned
Semi
with
cover.
the body of the very spiny, thorny creature just becoming shrapnel.
I'm gonna.
Point. There's nothing else that can be done.
I'm going to remind you guys. Breach has a rating of 1, which is 10 points of soak, plus 15 from the blast quality.
But it has to trigger the blast quality of breach.
Mm.
Correct. If you roll enough.
The blast has to be.
But I don't.
Spin.
I can choose. Not
So you can. Well, that's true. But if you roll enough threats, I'm going to activate it 100%. Trust me.
Okay. Well, don't do that. That's all I can say. All right. So
These are bold choices. I'm still. Trust me.
okay. So I am okay. So I am using frenzied attack. I
Okay.
have 2 ranks in it, so that increases it by 2.
So you're flying at this thing. Okay. Cool. What we got?
I am above it.
This thing's a minion, right? You can just
Build
kill it.
pool, and then there's 2 of that. Okay. Here's the roll. It'll populate. There we go. I hit the motherfucker, okay?
Oh! I just got a. Sorry. I just got a really good idea.
Also, since I have no, that's 2 threats. Never mind.
Stun.
Actually, that's exactly
Stun is
what I want.
passive, isn't it? Yeah, it does still reduced by soak. You reach out and you grab onto the carapace of this creature and expel this electrical force. Nothing happens. its soak absorbed it all.
Huh?
Its carapace absorbed the force of the lightning or electricity and does not seem to be affected by it at all.
I'm
Anything
still
else?
Punching it in the head.
You did not even get close to its soak. Trust me. You're not doing much damage with a punch, buddy. I'm sorry.
The idea wasn't to damage it, though. It was to...
You still have to... Right. You're trying to damage its strain, but you have to get past its soak in order to do any type of damage, strain or wounds otherwise.
Very well.
And its soak is 15 for above the table.
Okay. Fine.
Sorry, bud. This is a big scary monster. I threw it at you guys. I wasn't expecting you guys to go charging at it, but that's the story we're dealt with.
That doesn't make sense to me. Surely 4 successes. Okay. Anyway.
Stun, active quality, stun damage, attacks deal damage as strain instead of wounds. This is still reduced by soak. You gotta read the qualities, man.
Oh yeah. Go ahead. That's
Okay.
all I can do.
All right. Next player.
Everybody's lost their goddamn mind.
Yeah, what charge you got this? And he goes like, I'm not fucking with this.
Guess what? All hell breaks loose after your turn ends, so
This is gonna be interesting.
See? Pressure point. This ignores soak. That's what I was trying.
That's nice, Dr.
And
Bess.
it would have been great.
It would've
I
been.
support this idea. And then I just tried to save you when it went wrong, and then things got worse. And my next turn as an
Wait, the grenade went off.
It's about to go off, yeah.
Oh.
I timed it for one
At the end of Ego's turn, this thermal detonator goes off.
On my next turn, Chav will be posting on Star Wars Craigslist 2 new openings for Core Atlas.
Oh man, we got 3 people in range of this. This is going to be interesting.
Okay. The detonator is underneath the creature's feet.
Correct.
Wait, is it?
Yes.
You
It just
dropped
closed. He threw it earlier.
I threw it off to the side, but then instead of running away, seeing the detonator, they ran toward. So hence, I was trying to knock the creature down on top of the detonator. Didn't work.
Oh, I thought that you were trying to put the thermal detonator in the thing's mouth still.
I
That
was,
was that idea.
Still in
but
your
all
hand.
of
that would
these
have
things
been
are true.
impossible. So
Okay, alrighty.
Okay.
All right.
Can I
This is so interesting.
I'm gonna go cry now.
All right. What we got, Ego?
Can I try to influence this creature? I'll have to
You
get closer to do it.
The 4.
may certainly try.
Because
Force,
I'm gonna
of course.
try and do control emotion belief, make an opposed discipline versus discipline check, combined with an influence power check. If I succeed, I can force it to adopt an emotional state or believe something untrue.
Okay.
And I want it to believe that it needs to lie down on top of this detonator right now. Just lie
Okay.
down. It needs to believe that it needs to lie down.
Okay. Go ahead and roll that discipline check. I'm going to roll his opposing in the form of difficulty.
I'm going to use an incidental from my charmer. Once per session, make one skill check using presence rather than the characteristic linked to that, which is will, I believe. And hopefully it will work like a charm.
Okay.
So, will you click? I'm stressed out.
Take one of the light sides.
I'll take one of the.
I'm gonna wait till you
Sure.
roll first to show you what you're up against.
Okay. And then, do I just put in the force die for the influence power check as well?
Yep, as many force die you're willing to commit to this check to activate it.
Okay. And then taking a light side token adds what to my roll?
One additional proficiency die to your upgrade.
Okay.
If you already have all of your, if you have the skill you're using maxed out already, it just adds a boost die.
This is very big roll. Do we want to display the game table?
Ooh, yes, please. Let's do that. This is gonna be
It
awesome.
adds one proficiency die, you said.
If the skill that you're using is already maxed out, it adds one more proficiency die.
Okay.
Or not proficiency, ability die. But if it's not maxed out, then it just adds a proficiency.
Okay, it's not maxed out, so it's one more ability die then. Alright, I'm gonna use all 3 of my force points because hopefully it will activate. And then oh, that's an action.
Yep.
I was gonna add 2 more boost die to this. Using Touch of Fate. But I feel like there's so many things. Can I do that?
Only one action. So you
Yeah.
can activate a force power, or you can do Touch of Fate.
Okay. I'll do the force power. That's only 2 boost die.
Okay.
God. It doesn't even activate.
Yeah, you didn't generate enough force points to activate the ability. However,
God.
you watch as its attention immediately goes from Rawl overhead to you.
Cool.
It was a good attempt. At the end of your turn, I'm gonna need Ego, not Ego. I need Rawl, Dove, and Dr.
I'm not in range. You said medium for me.
Oh yeah, you moved medium range. Okay. Rawl. Who else was in range? Dr. Bess. No, you moved out. You're medium range now. No, you're close range. So yeah, Rawl and Dr. Bess have to roll. Let's do coordination to see if you guys can reduce the damage of this grenade.
How far is a range band in distance wise?
What do you mean?
So it's
You're in
engaged.
short range. Yeah.
It's engaged, which is
Would
right
this-
up next to it, and then short, and then
Correct.
medium.
Right.
Yes.
Okay. So engaged and short, like that's a big difference, is it or is it not? Because if I'm 15 feet in the air from this detonator, above this guy's head,
You're in reach of this creature, so you're still in range of this grenade.
Could I do
'Cause-
resilience
does that make
instead of
sense to me?
coordination?
This creature is 15 feet tall, and its reach is short.
Right.
If it can reach you with a short range melee attack, then this grenade can hit you.
Because the creature is 15 feet in the air, the grenade is down here.
Right. I'm going to give you a
This
boost
is
die to your
good,
coordination check to try and reduce the damage. I'm throwing you a bone, but you're still in the range of the blast.
Okay. All right. Very well.
So I need a coordination check from both Dr. Bess and Rawl.
Damn it. Better.
Rawl, you get a boost die. I'll give you 3 boost die because of the size of this creature. And you're currently hovering over top of it. The grenade's underneath.
All right.
Question.
Yes.
Does my shield and my shield drones do anything to this?
That's a good question.
I'm assuming
Shield.
I'm getting hit by shrapnel.
It doesn't do anything to absorb soak. It just it provides a barrier. So unfortunately, no. As this is an AOE kind of effect, it does not stop shrapnel
Also, I don't think this is shrapnel. There's a shrapnel grenade.
or blast, whatever. We're talking semantics here.
Just explosive
Yeah.
fire. That's all it is.
I mean, we're getting debris from. We're talking semantics here. Blast of 15.
You just had to pull a grenade out of your ass.
Listen, my El Capitan told me to blow it up. Okay, I blew it up. Or
I'm gonna call
going
this a
to.
hard difficulty for you guys.
Please don't.
However,
Oh,
you succeed. That will reduce the damage.
I will go ahead and do my roll.
I need the grenades roll as well.
I
Determining-
do not have thermite.
Hold on. Dove, I believe you have one. I got you. Yes, you do.
thermal grenade. I'm going to parry this grenade.
If you
Okay.
parry it, it has to go somewhere.
All right. Interesting.
Compounding this is the passive of what is it? Blast. Hang on.
The blast is active. We have to activate that, which you guys luckily did not generate enough threat to do so.
Blast is a passive.
Nope. Breach is passive.
No, powerful blast is a skill that I have,
Okay, that's you. We're
but it's passive, is what I'm saying.
okay.
So, upon throwing the grenade, this would have been a thing that can happen as well, because it exploded. It was able to explode.
You talking about the powerful blast that increases damage by explosives, and grenades by 1 rank per powerful blast.
Correct.
So that just increases the
the
damage, the blast rating by 1. That doesn't activate the blast quality.
No. I know. That's not what I'm trying to do. It's still exploding. Yes.
Yes, it's still going
So
off.
If damage is done, there is a 1 point of damage extra. That's all I'm saying.
That's how that
Trigger-
reads.
Targets engage with target suffer wounds equal to the rating.
Yes.
It's not about the rating of blast. It's about powerful
Increased blast
increases
damage.
the damage by 1.
The damage by
Okay.
1. Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I see what you're talking about. Okay. So that would be a 21. Cool. I like that. All right, cool. Very cool. 21 plus 3, so 24 points of wounds. The 2 of you were able to reduce the damage by 3. You got 4 advantages. No, you got 2 advantages. I'll give you 2 advantages, 3 successes, or 2 successes. So okay,
Advantage.
yeah.
He got 4.
Minus the failure that's rolled, or the difficulty. So
Yeah.
that was your coordination to reduce the damage by however much you rolled. So that's 2 points of wounds reduced. 2 points of wounds reduced plus 2 advantages. I'll give you 1 more point with those 2 advantages remaining. So 3 points of wounds reduced. So 20 to everybody. And then the twin attack will take 24 points of wounds minus its soak.
So 20 points minus my soak.
And that's all strain?
No, these are wounds.
Okay.
When you
Bess
say
is...
everybody, you mean those 2.
Yeah,
Yes.
well, yeah.
Okay, cool, thanks.
Bess is dead. That's double my hit points almost. He actually vaporizes, I think.
Let me see.
What's your soak?
Sick.
I have 3
He got a
soak.
bunch of damage from this thing running by him as well.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
Oh, so yeah, that's actually 3 off of that. So
Bess, is there anything that that your final moments would you would like to say as you watch this grenade go off underneath the Trinitech?
I knew he'd be the death of me.
I'm sorry, buddy.
it's okay.
What?
The partner also needs to take that damage as well, which I believe will put your hoverboard out of commission until it can be repaired. And you're going to be falling from the sky from 15 feet up. With your coordination, you succeeded that, so you won't take any fall damage.
Well, okay.
You catch on to the back of this creature as you're falling down, slowing your descent, and you land on the ground behind it. As this smoke clears, the creature stands unaffected. Its minor wounds and lesions across its body. It did surface damage, and that's it. Some of its carapace is chipped in places. Its attention seemingly drawn away from you for the moment, as its focus is now locked in on Ego inside. Is at this time, we're going to take a quick 5-minute break to recenter ourselves. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. All right, welcome back. Player death is alarming, but the story must keep going. You all watch as the dust begins to settle. This creature puffing as it chokes on the dust settling in the air, waving its massive arms to clear the smoke, the residual smoke, as it turns its attention back on Ego inside after attempting to reach out through the force. Next player in the initiative, please.
Are we back to the beginning?
Yes.
So how ideally what I would like to do is, since this creature threw away or tossed the ship, I would like to attempt to maneuver the ship to come to me.
Okay.
At this point, can I assume that Gal and I were able to, as we diverted,
Link up. Yeah.
Link up.
Yeah. As you made your way past, you come to the quick realization that this creature does not seem to be bothered by your presence at all. You make your way around it and rush to Gal's side and begin to give your commands to your ship to make its way to you. This creature seems intent on getting inside the tomb.
Yeah, I mean, ideally, what I'm going to do is I'm going to attempt to pilot the ship to get to me. Yeah. Do you need me to roll a piloting check to maneuver the remote?
Yeah. Give me a quick piloting check to remote control the ship back to you. It'll take some maneuver to mount a ship. To control it, we'll take your action. All right.
Wow.
The ship will eventually make its way to you. It's just the current speed that it's at. You had to slow it down a little bit because it was full throttle when it impacted into the side of the Torrenta deck, and it just was shoved off. So it's recalibrating and it's taking a wide berth. So unfortunately, it's not coming to you immediately, but it is on its way.
Dove did mention, was this through communications that Dove mentioned? They just shouted, and they shouted something about the leg, correct?
Yes.
The lower leg has taken a wound, basically.
The lower leg has taken a wound. Would I be able to get sight from my cover location?
You're currently north of this confrontation or contact. The leg that Dove shot was its right leg, but from her position left. Wait, you shot the left leg. So no, you would be able to see it from your position. You'd see left leg. So yeah, you'd be north side. The Torrenta Tech is here facing the tomb, about to barrel into it. You're off this way. So yeah, as you look over, to see the leg that Dove calls out, you see a minor wound. Now a little more made worse from the blast of this thermal detonator that just went off, and you see just behind him, Dr. Bestutam getting thrown, catapulted back, and lands on the ground lifelessly.
Fuck. I think when Guy, I would say that because all of this is happening super fast, like Guy managed to get with Gal, like reconnect, find, like, I'm gonna say either, I don't know if it would be an area of like pillars or stones or things in the area, or like crates and things from the structure, the explorations in the past, that they would find cover. And I think it would be a moment of like, as they see the ship and trying to maneuver the ship, they're keeping the weapon on it, and then they spot Bess by this thing. And I think Guy is thought at some point of maybe just like he's going to try to aim to see if he can distract this thing from Bess at that foot that Dove mentioned. And as he was ready to take the shot, the explosion happens, and it just completely blinds the sector of the location with the explosion. And then with the periphery of his eye, he actually catches the blur, but then he realizes it's Bess's body flying out. And I think that's a moment that slows down things for Guy for a second, because that's whether or not this has just been another job, especially with Bess, the banter, the give and take, there was a level of rapport there that whether or not just drove Bess crazy. To Guy, someone who's not necessarily the most socially adept person, it was the closest thing or the equivalence of people that I know. And as someone who is a rescuer, seeing a person that I know falling, that changes perspectives for Guy, because now the mission feels different. And I think is that moment that Guy just has what distance band am I right now from this creature's foot?
You're muted, Tarzan.
You're currently medium range.
Okay. Yeah, I think as he sees this, that mantra that Ego at some point heard in his head of, still the job, like keep going, keep moving, it's like just keep alive. It sort of comes back, and it's almost as if now his thing is distracting this thing from the rest of the group, while the periphery of the eye has the blur that he knows, even though he cannot see it full focus, is the body of Bess in the distance. And so it's like that's the point of focus, like that's the point of motivation right there. Like, I have to get Bess's body, but I need to also make sure that these people get this thing off of them. And so the way that I think it is going to happen is that Guy is going to tell Gal, and he's going to take the shot, but as soon as he takes the shot, he basically moves. So he uses whatever amount of distance that I can, if I need to spend strain for maneuvering to expand it even more.
Okay.
He's basically just going to do a shot and move, so that even if the thing gets hit and decides to look for a new point, there's nobody there.
Okay. Go ahead and take the shot. It's a medium distance from you. And where are you intending on moving? Towards Bess?
In my brain, the way that I'm seeing it is, if like the entry point of where everybody is like completely all the way south of a map, like all the way down here.
Yeah.
And then
it wouldn't be south. His position is east of the valley.
So say for example that
west,
it's like on this spot right here, like the entry point and the creature is right here.
Yeah.
Like the ship was trying to push them this direction.
Right, northward.
And then they came back here. Guy was moving in this direction, right? So they sort of like did this. Like the map, the mirror of the thing is making it harder for me to do this.
You made a crescent.
But I'm basically it was kind of like it was like a banana curvature motion. So it was kind of like going around, and that's probably the trajectory that is trying to keep with whatever cover he can find of like crates or rock formations. he will probably send Gal first because he knows Gal actually probably can move slower. So
Yeah.
he would have had Gal move to get to the next point, and then
There would be a staging point where all the artifacts that have been discovered so far would have been crated up and stacked up in preparation to be loaded up onto the ship. So you take the shot from your current position that's in between that staging point and the makeshift landing pad, which kind of has you out in the open. You can take the shot and then make your way towards the crates that would give you some cover. So go ahead and make that shot. You did. Oh wait, that's the ship.
Where's my blaster rifle?
Do we have the tray history pulled up, please, for the table?
Sorry, hang on. Reading through things.
Right,
looking
I'm
for?
going to take 2 strain to increase my accuracy. So give myself a boost die. And does anybody mind if I claim a light side token?
Go for
Go
it.
ahead.
Are you kidding me?
You go to line up the shot and you realize you still haven't reloaded the rifle as you repositioned in this chaos of a situation.
I'm gonna say that the rifle is jammed. Guy not forgetting to reload his weapons seems to me like he would punch himself in the face.
That's fair. The power pack wasn't loaded properly, and as you go to take the shot, the power pack slips out of the magazine well and misfires. You maneuver from your position, or are you gonna hold there since you weren't able to take the shot yet?
Yeah, no. If I didn't hit the creature and the creature isn't acknowledging me, I'm basically gonna stay there so I can actually take the time to aim.
Okay. All right. That will end your turn. Next player in the initiative, please.
Remind me, are there doors to the tomb, or was it like an open cavern entrance?
These doors are like large stone doors, partially ajar towards the interior, or no, they open outward. However, as you take in the environmentals, the door is partially damaged from the blast of the grenade, and the statues that offset the doors are also partially damaged as well. As you see Rawl sliding down the back of this creature, landing on his feet behind it. Hoverboard veering off and crashing into the ground off in the distance, seemingly inoperable at this point. What would you like to do?
Does this creature have like visible eyes that it's using to get a look at its surroundings?
Yes. However, its head is angled. You'll have a very difficult shot if you try and take a shot at its eyes to blind it. But you can try to take out one of its eyes.
I think I'll take that risk. If Dove is able to position herself, the tomb, is it like the tomb entrance, just to get a picture of it, is it like a temple or is it like a cliff? Is there anywhere that she could stand above where the entrance is to have a better
There's overhead protection ground that you could take. However, like I said, the shape of this cranium structure is angled downwards. So if you get an overhead position, you're not going to have a clear line of sight on its eyes.
What about a position off from the side?
You can get an elevated position from the tomb adjacent to. That's a long ways away.
Or one of the ships, or just. I don't even need to be standing on something. I can just hover somewhere.
Yeah,
I'm just asking, can you go off to the side and take that?
Yeah, you stay in your aerial position off the side. This will, as you're airborne, this does increase the difficulty of the shot, but you can do it.
Right. Am I still at medium distance, or?
You could be, unless you choose to maneuver further out to long range.
I think I will do that to maneuver out to long range.
Okay.
What she's trying to do is essentially draw its attention away, or find some way to disorientate it to the point where it might not be charging directly at the tomb.
Okay. Are you still targeting its eyes, or are you just trying to get its attention?
I'm targeting its eyes.
Okay. So this will be a long range difficulty with a challenge of 3 from its adversary rank. You're targeting a smaller area surface. I'm going to say this is going to be a setback of 2.
Can I use my triumph to try and counteract that? I don't know, because I've got a despair. Can I use my existing triumph to counteract that in any way?
The despairs cannot be countered at all in any way.
Is that still a hit, though?
It's still a hit, yes.
Okay, no worries then.
Okay.
Can I use it to get another success?
Yes, you can.
If that'll make another impact, okay, I'll do that.
Okay.
I'm out of triumph.
Yes. So you get the shot off. All right. You've been unloading on creatures all day since you guys arrived on this planet. Finally, your ammo pack or your power pack for your blaster rifle is depleted. But you get the shot off for another 20 points of damage. Barrage 2, that's already calculated in. Deadly accuracy. Oh, you have 3 advantages to spend. You can get. Does it have auto fire? It does. Auto fire is active, so you.
It also has Pierce, which ignores the 2. So
you're going to activate the Pierce quality. All right.
I believe that's passive.
That is passive. You're right. There it is. So that's active. That ignores. Shit. I've been running these all wrong. So that's ignores 2 points of soak. That brings it down to 13. 20 points. Or actually, you got 3 advantages, so you can crit as well.
I would like to crit.
Okay. That is. You have something for that, right? Lethal blows?
Oh, yeah, I do.
How many ranks of lethal blows do you have?
I've got 2 ranks of lethal blows, so plus 20 in total. So
All
any
right.
critical insults.
Ooh, shit. Okay. You have crippled him. One of the target's limbs is crippled until healed or replaced. Increase the difficulty of all checks that require the use of that limb by 1. That being the eyes, yeah. You take out its eye.
Never tell me the odds.
Nice.
Nice.
Very nice.
Good.
That was a good call shot. I like that. That's 20 minus its soak, minus reducing the soak by 2. That's 13. So 7 points. All right. Yep, 7 points. All right. Okay. You land the shot, impacting into the eye, this black void of an eye, and you hear it roar out in pain as it rears its head back and swipes way at the direction that the shot came from, as it rubs his eye in pain. That was your mover, your action, any incidentals?
I don't believe so, but if you'll allow, she'll send over the comms and tell the others, get out of there or close the doors. Leave whatever you don't need.
All right. Next player on the initiative, please. You got Ego, Chav, or Rawl.
I mean, Roll, you're out there if you want to.
Well, the things that I need to do are complicated, so if anyone needs to move now, just get out of the way, then do so.
Everybody is either moved or we're already inside, so...
Yeah, you're out there by yourself right now.
Very well. You say that when the bomb went off, it destroyed it instantly, and or the partner, and
it didn't destroy it. It disabled it for sure because it doesn't have that high of a hull threshold.
So okay. So my question is, if this thermal detonator went off, was there no inertia from the blast that, or is it just affected in the air and I'm falling now? That
coordination check that I had you roll was your ability to land safely. So you're already on the ground. You used the carapace or the body of the Tyranitek to absorb your fall, and you slid down its back and landed on the ground.
Okay. That wouldn't have been what I would have wanted to do had the...
You're not going to get like free maneuvers from being...
I'm not asking for a free maneuver, but I want the partner to be within reaching distance.
So what's more important, the partner or your life?
That's the point, is if I can get to the partner, I can get out of there.
It's disabled. You're not going to be able to fly it this way. You have to repair it.
No, because if I utilize my manipulate ability, if I roll force die and commit, one damaged weapon or item counts as being undamaged. That's why I'm asking these questions.
It's not that far from you. You could use your maneuver. You're just going to go further out into the open, where you can seek cover inside. You're taking some big risks, and I'm willing to work with you. But
how far away did this thing fall? That's why I'm asking. Was there inertia from the blast, or did it just fall out of the sky?
It's off to the side from a little bit. It's not that far from you.
Okay. So, if I'm maneuvering within engaged range, so it's like right next to me.
Yes.
I don't have to utilize a whole maneuver just to get to it, or
to pick up something, it requires a maneuver. That's object interaction.
Okay. All right. Well, I'll maneuver to pick it up.
Okay.
Passively, I need to roll my force die. To even utilize this feature. Okay. I have one light side and two dark side.
Okay, you got 1 point to spend. What are you trying to do?
I just need one to make it undamaged. So that there you go. It's undamaged.
Okay.
And then spending 2 strain again.
That gets you mounted on the partner, and you're still in range of it. It takes a maneuver to get on.
And then I'll spend my action to get out of there.
You can only do 2 maneuvers one turn. You can't do 3 maneuvers.
That's not what okay.
Unless you have an ability that allows for 3 maneuvers, you can only do 2 maneuvers per turn. It's in the core rulebook.
That's not how I interpret it, but okay, we'll go with that. Then I'm just mounted on the hoverboard. That's all I can do.
Okay. All right. You end your turn as you mount onto the hoverboard. Next player on the initiative, please.
I could try punching it again if it's within range.
Get the other eye.
I can't do anything else, so
You could just pick up the partner and run inside instead of trying this. You're at the door. You can literally go inside and seek cover instead of doing this risky maneuver. I'll let that happen.
sure, that can happen.
You're leaving yourself exposed if you do this.
Well, I wasn't near the door. I was above his head, like out there.
He's at engaged range of the door. So he's literally standing at the threshold of this door, about to charge in. You can use your maneuver that you have after picking up the partner, which will cost you 2 points of strain to get you inside. You have an action at that point, and you can do whatever you want with that.
Okay, well, it's still undamaged since that manipulate is a passive skill.
Okay.
So, okay, very well. The partner is now in my possession undamaged, and I'm inside.
Okay. You got an action. You want to take a shot at this thing? Activate a force ability?
I would have to take something out in order to do that, so no.
Okay. I'll end your turn. Next player on the initiative, please. Chav or Eat, go.
This thing cannot fit through this door, correct?
Currently.
Don't like currently. Can't close the door because they open outwards. Where I am I by the archaeological equipment?
Yes, you are.
What do they have in terms of demolition? Now everybody is pretty much inside.
Let's see. We have detonite, basically another form of a thermal detonator. So it's a malleable explosive that you can place on in controlled forms to do controlled demolitions on archaeological digs. So you got about maybe 10 pounds of this stuff. Accessible.
And that's not prepped, ready to go, where I can throw it, detonate it in the same turn.
Well, you can throw it and shoot it. It's a volatile substance, so but the shot would have to take place on the next round.
Do you have a gun?
What do you want me to do?
I'm gonna huck this fucking explosive at the entrance of this thing, and I'm gonna have you shoot it so that this thing can't get in. It's either gonna kill the damn thing or it's gonna collapse the entrance, and we can dig our way out later.
Okay.
Because everybody's already inside except for Dove, but Dove flat out said either get out of there or close the door. Cannot physically close the door. It's in way of door. If this was a video game, there would be like a red outline of the door where this thing stands, because it's like something's in the way. So
all right.
Yeah, we'll
see.
I'm going to get Ego's attention, and I'm just going to just say, shoot this fucking thing, and just lob of what is essentially plastic explosive.
Yeah.
In the direction of this thing or the door.
Okay. So it'll take your maneuver to pick up a hunk of detonite. You have the door is short range of you, so it's within your throw range.
Fine.
Go ahead and make a athletics. Average difficulty. No failures, 2 threats to beat.
I'm using that last fucking force die. Tired. Thank you.
Nice. Okay. You huck this explosive and impacts into the door itself and sticks in place. You have an Any other incidentals?
Duck and cover.
All right. That's fair enough. It is now the Trentitech's turn. Its focus still drawn, albeit pissed off, to the force user that it has now sensed. Therefore, it continues to barrel its way into the tomb. The door being as small as it is, I call this a daunting difficulty. Challenge of 2 as it tries to barrel through this door and create its own entry point. Does not succeed. However, you see as it starts clawing, its claws reaches inside the door, it starts ripping the stonework chunk by chunk, and it's making its headway. Cannot get inside this round, but it is getting in. Last player in the initiative, you go.
Receiving the instruction from Chav, I'm going to attempt to use my... How far is... It's a medium. Okay.
Yep.
I like blaster pistol. I'm gonna try to shoot the plastic explosive.
Okay.
Because I have clocked that this thing wants my body in a bed.
Yeah, you see these massive talons tearing away at the stonework, chunk by chunk, throwing stones to the wayside. You line up your shot. You can take a maneuver to aim to give yourself a boost die to your attack.
I actually want to. So I have this maneuver, intense focus. If I suffer 1 strain, I can upgrade the ability of the next skill check once. So
very cool.
Do that.
All right, fire it up.
All right. So I click this and medium. Wait, who is it? Where are you? Why can't I see you? Is it you? No, that's Chad.
Just target the one. Target the question mark for now.
Medium. Build pool. And then, so I upgrade the ability, so I get another ability die.
Is targeting the creature gonna math out correctly with the dice since it has challenges?
Oh yeah, downgrade the red dice to purple dice. So just remove the red ones and replace them with the purple. Oh wait, no. Shit. Target one of the other player characters because that it's gonna.
Or you can just select the difficulty in the tray.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Okay.
Medium difficulty, that's or medium range is 2 or average. There we go. Okay. There you go. 2 failures, 2 threats to beat.
So just roll your to hit with no negative dice factored in there.
Gotcha. So +1 ability die. Roll.
Nice.
That's what we needed.
That's make me nervous. Fuck.
Strain.
The blaster bolt impacts into the plastic explosive, creating a massive shock wave as stone begins to collapse in on the entryway of this tomb. He's going to take 20 points of damage from the blast. That's 5. This guy is resilient, my god. There we go. I'm gonna have him roll an athletics, coordination to avoid falling debris. All this a daunting difficulty as he's in the thick of it. And give him 2 setback die. Okay. He begins to get buried underneath the stonework as the debris from the entryway begins to collapse in around him. You just see these claws reaching up as he's trying to dig his way out at the same time as these things are piling up on him. And eventually, the interior of the tomb grows dark. For a moment, there's quiet. You wait, take a few breaths amongst yourselves inside. And then you hear... Let's see, he takes a couple. As stones begin to shift slightly. He does not appear to be out of the fight entirely, but he is slowed down for the time being. You guys have some time. We'll go ahead and exit out of the initiative for the time being as he is currently restrained. This will allow you guys to do whatever you need to do, get out, dodge. However, everybody inside the tomb is now trapped. Everybody on the outside can now get to their ships. Let's start with the exterior of the tomb. As Guy and Dove, you guys watch as this entrance of this tomb explodes in a fireball, and the statues and threshold of this tomb begins to fall down and pile up on top of this creature, eventually burying it alive. You watch for a moment as you can spot, after a few minutes, the stones begin to shift, and you realize you have a few moments to do whatever you need to do in preparation in case this thing does make its way out. What are we doing, Guy and Dove?
Safe to say that my ship has reached the location where I'm at?
Yes. By this point, your YT freighter comes in and hovers just above ground, lowering its gangplank to you.
I have Gal get on the ship first, so that if the ship needs maneuvering, I don't need to do it manually, but Gal can actually do it.
Okay.
And while that is happening, Guy is running to Bess's body to check.
Okay. You rush over to get Bess. Go ahead and give me a medicine check. Average difficulty. The body of Bess is heavily mangled from the blast. However, there's faint signs of life. You do not have much time. You need to get him to a med bay now.
Immediately communicating to Gal so they can maneuver the ship nearby. There is they're basically just going to get Gal to bring the whatever Bacta or anything that could potentially stabilize. He's going to take out an emergency med pack.
I'm gonna say with this medicine roll, you know that these wounds are too grievous for treatments like that. He needs immediate surgery.
Do I know? Do we have any? Do I know whether Bess's like setup would have
On the
I mean, what is
VCX?
there any location that I would know that would have the potential?
You have a Bacta tank that could sustain somebody in critical condition for a time being on your ship, as well as the VCX, I believe, also has a medical station similar to that. So,
Okay.
you with your experience, you know he needs to be put in the Bacta tank immediately, or he's going to die.
So yeah, I mean, Gal would have getting on the ship as Guy was going to Bess's body. Once he notices that they still have it, some semblance of life, it would have commanded Gal to basically come back from the ramp with just like a hovering transport, a little gurney, to immediately move Bess into the back to the tank. As that is happening and they're looking in the direction of this thing, and on the door, they will reach into the comms to the open line with the party of, are you guys still alive up in there?
Alive, trying to figure out the next step before this thing comes barreling through. You got any bright ideas out there?
It's
We
me.
can try to slow it down some more.
What do I see? The thing is buried under the thing. What part of this thing's body is still visible?
He's under a lot of rubble right now. You can see spines protruding from the rubble. Let's see.
How do you guys feel about another big blast?
I mean,
Hypothetical.
Guy has something that he used on his introductory episode. And considering that Bess is mangled and his is a little personal, the resources are there. I'm just wondering if there may be other things that I can potentially do.
As you guys are taking a look, stock of the structural integrity of this tomb, you could potentially take advantage of his currently restrained state to assault him with heavier weaponry. But as you take in the tomb, any more heavy ordnance delivered on the front of this tomb could risk collapsing the entire tomb.
Yeah, I figured. Are the
As Chav kind of just threw a huge chunk of plastic C4 at the fucking front door.
Are the feet of this thing still visible from our side?
Aside from spines protruding from the rubble, you see a couple broken spines. You can see it shifting as it seems to be regaining its consciousness, but it's heavily buried right now.
Okay. So I'm going to communicate to Chav. What is the enter point looking like over there? From over here, it doesn't look very good if this thing keeps moving in your direction. So we may need to draw it out.
Yeah, I like that plan. Draw it out. I don't want to draw it in.
Copy that, Dove.
Ooh, Rawl's outside too. That's right. Forgot about that.
Rawl's inside. He ran in.
Oh, he did maneuver inside. That's right. Yep. Yep, that's right.
I think Guy reaches out to Dove as any more heavy shots to that area, and I don't think the people inside are going to make it out. I think we need to try to lure it, just maybe piss it off.
You can wait till it digs itself out. Maybe it'll tire itself in the attempt. I need something more exposed than spines. Those aren't going to do a shit.
I think I will go ahead and get a vantage point. Do you need any backup or any support?
We should be alright. Focus on him.
Okay.
That. Guy looks at the rubble where this thing is, and it's just that thing of it's just like the copy that lowers a hand, and it's just thinking of Bess, and then looking at this thing, and there's like that moment of okay, and just turns around and goes into his ship. As what's going to happen is that they are going to maneuver their ship to be an elevation outside of the reach of this thing where it to be fully standing.
Okay.
I don't know if that could put me medium range.
Medium range, yeah.
Perfect. And that's what's going to happen is Guy is going to maneuver, or rather is going to have Gal maneuver the ship so they hover at medium range from this creature.
I will say you also have the underground readings of the tunnel systems down below. It is incomplete, but you would have been able to identify that there are other entry points accessible from the other tombs. However, you gotta further investigate the tunnel system below to try and navigate that. So you could bring the tomb down on top of this creature, effectively burying it alive and possibly killing it. And not have to worry about your friends being trapped inside. They can find a way around elsewhere.
Do I, from the scans that I have done, do I have any route thus far from where they are to another exit point?
You don't have a clear route yet. No, the scans were interrupted by when the droid was captured.
Okay.
Well, you see at the other end of that cavern that the tunnel does continue.
Yeah. I'm going to, I guess I'll communicate with Chav and just say, all right, listen, we don't know what's going to happen to this entry point once this thing keeps moving. Now, I'm sending you something. It is not complete, but there is a chance that you guys may be able to maneuver to a different exit point from a different location of these temples. Because I don't know how much more that entry point where you guys are is going to last. And I have no idea to what degree the stone is going to come down inside where you are. So you may need to move away from that door, regardless of what we do out here.
Wow, that's almost quote what I put in chat, that regardless of what they do outside, Chav is urging everyone to go deeper into the tomb, shooting for lower floors. So like as he's getting this this whole thing, he's still listening, but just away from the door. If you can get downstairs, let's fucking go downstairs. Because what if shit comes down from up top? We got better shot down below.
Yeah. You watch as the Crypt Chasers gather what little they're able to gather from their staging point inside the antechamber, grabbing artifacts and the holocron and rushing past you down into the catacombs below. Chav, Rawl, and Ego. Ego seems pointedly ready to get out of there, so is already directing the Crypt Chasers down into the catacombs. Rawl, Chav, what are you guys doing?
Picking up something and fucking leave that, let's go, and just like whatever it is, just trying to get people away from this door, because in his mind, either A, that thing's coming through, or B, another explosion's coming through and we need to get away from the door. So, and worst case scenario, like what he just heard from Guy, if they do hit this thing hard, and there's a chance that the tomb's coming down, they got a better shot going further into the tomb, shooting for the lower levels.
Okay.
Because odds are, if the top level collapses, second level probably good. If not the second level, probably the third gets like, you know. Honestly, I'll ask the Crypt Chasers, fucking, you know, like, do you guys have any, like, do we head for door frames or pillars or archways?
I will also say, like, the droid that I sent that got lost was sent to cover like the areas that were not like the most immediate surface, like the more in depth.
Yeah.
But there would like what guy Chav would be getting through their communications is they would have gotten a scan, like a projection, a holo projection data of not just what that droid found out below till it got lost, but also the different sensors that Guy has set up, and like that had Gal basically go through the different entry points and just sort of like send the signal to get like the mapping, whatever distance mapping they could get, and just create like a base map of that, because that was the first point of action.
It's a pretty intricate map. However, it is incomplete. The tunnel system is vast, but you do see that there are convergence points that seem to lead off in other directions of the tombs that are centralized in this valley. However, the droid wasn't able to completely map these tunnels, but you do get a general sense that there are tunnels that lead elsewhere.
Yeah, Chav has the map up on his datapad, wrist mounted on his offhand, and is just trying to follow that, looking for the closest, as best as he or the Crypt Chasers can garner, is a safe zone from a potential cave-in.
Okay.
I will also remind that Chav has a tracker on him.
I know that, and I am resisting asking what that tracker is labeled on the map. It's not time yet. We're going to get to that later.
Raul, are you following in pursuit with them?
I have literally nothing else that I can do, so yes.
Okay.
Me too, buddy. High five.
The Crypt Chasers, accompanied by Ego, Chav, and Raul, all begin to delve deeper into the tunnel system below. It's by this point, the rock shifting becomes more frequent as this creature seems to poise itself to thrust itself up onto its hind legs. What are you guys doing outside?
Can I position myself so I can get a line of sight on its other undamaged eye and try to take out that one?
It's buried under rubble, so
It hasn't completely pushed itself up.
no, not yet. It's preparing itself to get up.
In that case, I'm going to go to the side of which I had damaged its leg and try to continue to aggravate that wound.
Okay. By this point, yeah, you'll see as a leg kicks out from the rubble as it begins to try and shift the weight of this pile of rocks on top of it. Go ahead and take a shot at that leg.
Am I still able to maintain long range?
Yes, you are. So you're still flying, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so we'll add 2 setback die to the difficulty, but you should still be able to hit, no problem. Oh shit!
Does it automatically include those setback die if I just click on the creature?
No, it does not.
Okay.
This was just a targeted shot to aggravate a wound. You still succeed. All right. Another 21 points minus 13 for the pierce quality. Okay. All right. You hear shriek out in aggravation as you continue to pummel this wound on its leg. But it seems persistent as the rocks seem to be shifting towards the interior. It seems to be pushing itself forward under the rubble.
Am I just able to continue repeating that attack? To try and slow it down or disrupt its movement?
It's yeah, but I would say you'd probably get a quick sense that it's going to take a lot more than that.
I would like so we haven't established this, Tarzan.
Mhm.
But with the actually we have established that we used cables to pull the damaged ship,
Yes, the tractor beams. Yeah.
the tractor beams. Can I use the tractor beam on this thing?
On the Torrent attack?
Yep.
That's a good question.
I don't know if the tractor beam just is on.
I think it's a magnetic field. I don't think it would work. Let's see.
Okay.
Let's look it up on Wiki Star Wars.
But if the beam doesn't, though, there are such thing as like iced cables like that are like magnetic cables that are used by ships in Star Wars.
Yeah.
Like, would I
Sure.
be able to say, basically, can I have a harpoon launcher? Is what I'm saying. As part of the retrieval equipment attached to the ship.
A tow cable of sorts, yeah. It's a magnet. A projected force field that manipulates gravitational forces. Okay, so it's a gravity field. So, okay. What are you trying to do?
I would very much like to attempt to harpoon this thing from the ship.
Okay. Give me a gunnery check. You're trying. It's still currently buried. Are you going to wait until it tries to emerge, or are you trying to shoot through all the rubble?
No, I mean, I would basically be waiting for whatever point of exposure would be there.
Okay.
Potentially also like on the area that I know Dove has been weakening.
Okay, so you're going to shoot for the leg that's currently exposed. Okay. Yep, give me a gunnery check. This creature is your silhouette 4. It's a silhouette 3, so you're currently medium range from it instead of short range, so that's going to be average difficulty, I think. Okay. Try and target its leg. It's already... Actually, you should... still a hard difficulty, I believe, with the challenge, with the adversary rating. Let's see. You targeted it at... Yeah, everybody's skills have been... You know. You downgraded it by 1. Okay, yeah, it's challenge of 3 to pull this off. I'm gonna cash in a token to add in a difficulty die. So challenge of 3, difficulty of 1, or of daunting. It's a targeted shot. We're gonna call this a 2 setback difficulty as well because of the targeting, the specific area of the creature. Gunnery check.
Can I use my column ability to? Where is it? Can I use like my column to basically add reduce difficulty and activate my aim maneuver. Or rather, aim.
Your what ability?
Column.
Is this a
Gunslinger.
Gotcha. Column. Let's see what that does. Column. Do not add setback to combat checks due to use of the aim maneuver. Got it. Okay. Yeah, that removes one setback. So 2 failures, 4 threats.
Holy crap.
Nice shot. All right, you land the tow cable onto the leg of this creature. It is secured. What are you trying to do?
Basically, through the comms to Chav. Are you guys safe far enough from the entry point?
Tarzan, are we safe enough or far from the entry point?
Yeah, you guys are down to the level where you started getting lost in the tunnels previously. So you feel sufficiently secure in your current position.
At that point, before responding to Guy, like pointing out like pillars, arches, doorways, anything that like people in an earthquake would say, this is where you're supposed to go, and try to get everybody into one of those spots just in case. And then radio back, all clear, shoot this fucker.
It's gonna get a little bumpy in there.
To everybody else, brace!
All right, everybody go ahead and add a brace maneuver that is inside. This will give you a boost die to any environmental effects that you may be subjected to. All right. Go ahead and do what you're doing.
Guy reaches to Dove. Hey, do you mind if I take this thing for a ride?
Which thing are you referring to, sir?
You see the huge monster with the harpoon, like basically the cable attached to the leg.
By all means. She's literally just like leaning with that arms crossed, like
So
just rifle over her shoulder.
Guy's just basically going to get on the ship on his pilot seat, and he's going to start ascending, like moving the ship full speed, or rather slowly first. He's going to basically start to slowly pull the creature, but he's going to be pulling upward too. So it's not like it doesn't have like grip to add, or rather he's going to try to lift them out and then slightly up.
Gotcha. All right, we're looking at tow cables here. Let's see what their item quality is. Electromagnetic tow cable launcher. Let's look at that. Okay. Harpoon cannon, Murgon, blah, blah, blah. Ensnare quality activates a character on target vehicle must make an average difficulty piloting check for the free vehicle to free the vehicle. Okay. If the target is at least 1 silhouette value lower than the attack and 2 threat results is generated on a failed check, the target is drawn 1 range band closer to the attacker. So it's a contested ability check.
I will say I'm not trying to pull them close with the cable. I'm literally just as with whatever distance the cable has right now. I'm just literally trying to.
Right, we're not pulling it closer to the ship. We're trying to move this creature. Character on the target vehicle must make an average difficulty. let's see. Piloting. Space or planetary. So go ahead and make a average difficulty planetary check. Or no, you're driving a space vehicle, so planet average difficulty space piloting.
I mean, is it planetary while I am within planet, or is it just...
No, that's just for planetary-based vehicles.
Oh, gotcha.
You're
So
currently
space-
piloting a space vehicle.
All right.
Mm-mm.
Success has 3 advantages.
Okay. Let's go ahead and add a token to upgrade by 1. Okay. 4 advantages, or 4 successes, 1 advantage remaining. All right. The ship begins to accelerate as it ascends. Accelerate its thrusters as it ascends. The stones, the massive pile of rubble begins to slide back as this creature is being dragged up, back and up. This leg begins to ascend over the rest of its body as you begin to drag it into the air. It's clawing feverishly towards the ground to try and secure itself. Let's see what we going to do with him. Let's do a coordination check to try and secure himself. Your speed is currently what? You're doing a slow speed, so
Yeah, it would have started slow the moment that the creature was basically away from being like stuck. That it's
Yeah.
no longer like on the rubble. Then
Yeah.
the speed would have started moving to like mid speed.
right. So we'll start with an average difficulty. He's currently buried, so let's give him 3 setback die for this ability to try and secure himself. All right. And we'll give him a challenge too, since he's up against a ship. Sheesh, barely. Okay. The cable becomes taut and your vehicle comes to a halt as it digs its claws into the base structure of the base platforms of the statues at the threshold of the door. And it's holding on with all its strength to try and keep from leaving the ground. Anything else?
I mean, if we're doing turns, probably not. But basically, if I were to go to open the ramp of the ship, how far away would the creature's arms be from me?
The ship was medium range. That would put you at long range.
Okay.
No, it would still be medium range. Because the gangplank is at the front of the YT freighter.
Great. In that case, it's basically that thing of it starts moving, it feels the taut of the thing resisting. You see guy sort of stands up, reaches for something, goes, opens the door, puts the harness on him from the cargo bay, activates his the magnetic parts of the boots, and you just see him like there looking at the thing. And now as he raises these weapons, the weapons that he has are not his usual blasters. These are like the HH-50, which basically look very similar to like a Hellboy weapon. These are literally made for hunting big creatures. And as he sees this thing just holding onto the bottoms of it, he just basically aims with the dual pistols as he aims to shoot at the hands.
Okay. All right, go ahead and take the shot. Medium range. And then everything else should already be calculated.
4 successes, 4 advantages.
You crit. Okay.
I do, and I have vicious, and I also have dual weapons on these.
So you need 2 advantages to crit. You have 4 in total. You can spend 2 advantages to get an additional hit, which would give you the damage threshold that you need, and then you still can crit with 1, with 2 advantages. So that's an additional hit, okay, and then you're critting with the lower one.
And then I have a +10 on dead shot, on the shot.
Vicious is passive, right?
Yeah.
Vicious is passive. Adds 10 to the crit rating. He already has 1. So that's a 20 so far. Any lethal
And that's-
blows?
Yeah, I have 1, so that's 30.
So 30 additional to his crit roll. Temporarily lame. Until this critical injury is healed, the target cannot perform more than 1 maneuver during their turn. Whew, okay. Total damage is 22 with a crit. With a temporary lame shot, you shoot one of its arms. That's 22 minus its soak. 7 points. Okay. That's a good shot. One hand does release. However, it's holding on fiercely with its free hand as the arm that you shot it right in the shoulder blade that temporarily takes his arm out of the commission for the moment. He's now going to pull himself and try and break free from the cable. Currently, let's call this a daunting difficulty. Yeah, because it's a tow cable. However, it's designed to take down AT-ATs, so we'll call this a formidable, as they can be pretty formidable. Cash in a token to upgrade one of his ability dies.
I will also add that there is this thing still being pulled by the ship.
Yeah. She's going to give him 2 setback die as he's fighting against the might of the ship. He's partially buried, so I'll add another setback die for that. Okay. With that triumph, the tow cable snaps as he pulls himself down, freeing himself, and he rears up in anger and begins to pummel into this door as he is now free of the debris and is agitated by the multitudes of wounds that you guys keep landing on him. He seems fervent and determined to get at whatever is inside. Something is keeping his focus locked in, and that will, yeah, he's going at it on the doors. So that's going to be a brawl. Yeah, I'll call it. Yeah, engage. Clawing at the doors, we're at the rubble. Jesus, this guy rolls high. You guys inside feel as the
Wait. The crit that I did was that made them lame. So
Yes.
technically speaking, would they be able to actually attack right now on this turn?
a maneuver. It takes away one of his maneuvers, not his action.
Okay.
So he's clawing at the doors. Those of you inside can feel the the tomb above you shaking violently. As he's clawing away, you guys from the outside watch as the archway of this door sunders in half and begins to lean. The more he fights to claw in, the temple begins to cave in on itself, and you watch as more debris falls down on top of him as he tries to get inside. You get a sense that if you target the building, you could bury this creature alive at this rate, since he's doing a significant amount of damage to the threshold that's already been compromised.
Chav, I don't know what the hell you guys may have in there, but this thing is really adamant of getting through, so just keep moving, because I don't think there's going to be a way back out from this area.
Oh, this is perfect because Ren just got into the chat because Chav doesn't know what's going on, but Matt is glaring at our poor innocent boy Ego, even though it wasn't their fault. They just happened to roll dark side points, and that's how that goes. So yes, Matt knows what this is. Chav couldn't be fucked. So that being said, hearing that, Chav's going to stand up, and Chav is going to say, "We now have but one choice," as he clicks and activates the glow rod in his exoglove and points it down the tunnel. "We must face the long dark of Korriban. Be on your guard. There are older and fouler things than whatever the fuck that was in the deep places of the galaxy." And he's gonna start trying to get everybody to go deeper into the tomb, following the map to try to look for another exit.
Okay.
To what your dog say? How confident are you there's going to be another way out of there?
Are you telling
Or
me or
the
Chav?
resource to make one?
Are you telling me or Chav?
Chav.
How confident
It's a
am
no.
I that there's another way out of there? Chav's just gonna really quietly over the thing. Like, don't say that too loud. We only got hope down here.
I think something we're closer you are to danger, the farther you are from harm. You could try
That's
to make
the
a break
last thing
for
they'll
it.
expect.
Exactly. But I'm just saying, that's the only exit and entry point we know of, so good luck.
We split the party. This is fun.
I would say that
Dove doesn't want them to go further in. She wants them to come out, because even if they make an exit or they try to tunnel in from the outside, that's going to compromise the structural integrity of the whole tomb.
I think, Dove, you probably get a message from Gaia of, "Hey, so I wasn't able to take this thing for a ride, and I think it's time if you have anything else to throw their way, you're more than welcome. I don't think the people are going to be coming out on this direction."
I'll say for you, Dove, seeing the amount of damage that you're putting into this creature, and it's still determined. It seems to be the damage you're doing is taking hold, albeit very slowly. This thing seems to be built like a fucking shit brick house. Brick shit house. I said that backwards. But
See, the thing about that is that it's only on the outside. Once you're able to get in, everything is squishy. So I could just continue laying on it until the hide splits open at a point. Dove has a talent where she doesn't run out of ammo unless it specifies that it's limited. So
Despairs do cause ammo depletion. However, you can do. You guys do have abilities that allow you to get around that or recharge ammo packs and whatnot. Or you can cash in a token to get a ammo pack that you forgot to buy.
how hurt does it look compared to before?
It's bleeding pretty heavily, but it's still seems adamant about getting inside at whatever is inside the tomb.
If we're waiting for them to come out, Dove's not opposed to literally sitting on the wing of one of our ships and just taking pot shots at it. And I'll probably call Uno over and be like, target practice. Unless we're hiring it out of here ourselves.
It's up to you. You can keep taking shots at this thing to see if it'll eventually relent.
Why not? Why not? Maybe I'll get another crit in. Maybe I'll get another. You know what? Why not? I can.
This thing
What's
is
it gonna
fucking
do? Flashback?
durable. Oh my god! How are you rolling so many despairs today, guys? This is insane.
Tarzan, shut up. You're always complaining about not getting despairs.
I know, I'm
Today's your
happy.
fucking day.
You guys have been
That's
rolling
his
it like
day.
fucking crazy today. Oh man.
I can keep going.
That's another 20 points. Not enough to crit,
Not the crit.
but you have 2 advantages. You can trigger.
What about now?
You can the auto fire feature is active, so you can get another hit with that. Those 2 advantages.
What about now?
Oh, well, let's settle the first one first. All right, calm down. So that's an additional 40 points that it has to take. Nice, it's soak. So 40 points, good hit. That's a fucking hell of a shot. I think that might actually fucking do it. 1 second.
Alright. But then the least they can do is eliminate that main barrier in the way of the actual door. Because even then they can move they can try and move rubble out of the way. They've got equipment and stuff for that. They've literally got the dig team stuff. But that's gotta wait.
All right. You land this shot, and it's enough to get it to. You impact into the fleshy, exposed area in between the chitinous armor on this creature's back, and it reels from the shot, spins around, and lets out this thunderous roar. As it does, it throws its one good arm wildly to its side, getting out one last attack before this next shot comes in. Let's cash in one more token just to spice things up here. And with that, the entryway begins to collapse in around it as you take the shot, the second shot, impacting directly into the mouth of this creature. Its eyes roll back and falls backwards as the entryway the front section of this tomb begins to collapse in on top of it, and you manage to kill this creature, surprisingly.
Never tell me the odds.
Do we level up?
That's a lot of XP you guys are about to get. My God. I did not expect you guys to take on this fucking thing. I thought you guys were going to run.
So we go. So we
We
go
did.
farm. When the party comes out, we go farming and we find a couple more.
You rushed the thing at us. How are we supposed to run?
Go inside the tomb and hide.
It came from the tomb.
It came from outside.
Message through the open comms, you're going to hear Dav say, so, update?
That
Technically, the coast is clear.
before we get to that, the interior of the chamber, the antechamber, begins to collapse in on itself. The force of this creature thrashing against the temple, determined to get in, causes the support pillars inside to shear. Massive boulders begin to collapse in, and you guys on the inside can hear watch as a wall of dust shoots down into the tunnel system, sweeping over you, darkening your vision. You can feel multiple shockwaves of massive boulders collapsing in on the floors above. After a moment, the destruction finally comes to a lull. Dove and Guy, you guys watch as the tower, or the tomb of itself, kind of leans in on itself. One section of the tower, the tomb, kind of holding up the other half of its structure. The lifeless arm of the Tintorect sits on top of a boulder. Its protruding spines broken in multiple places. A final lifeless twitch from one of its fingers catches your eye, and you're almost about to start opening fire once more. You guys have successfully killed the creature. However, as you look at the exterior of the temple, it becomes painfully aware that your friends are trapped inside. Chav, Rawl, Ego, as the dust finally settles, you guys are coughing on the debris that overwhelms you. It's finally quiet. Rawl, your injuries pretty significant, but you're still able to hold yourself up with your own on your own. The partner seemingly back to operational capacity thanks to your abilities. The crypt chasers shuddering in fear as they appear. They seem to be lost in despair with the thought that they'll be trapped underground with no supplies. You begin to get a broken communique from Dove as you guys are now deep underground, as she gives you the all clear. What does that all clear sound like?
So technically the way out is clear now of the murderous beast trying to get in. However, it is not clear for all the rubble it brought down with it.
Chav
We could
stops.
try to
Go ahead.
We could try to use the excavation equipment to tunnel through. The whole thing looks about to collapse any moment, regardless.
Chav stops mid-step as he was leading these crypt chasers on a pilgrimage through the long dark of Korriban, and then heard, "No, you can turn around now. It's all okay." Just kind of, like, "Oh, all right then. Let's go back this way." Turns around and is going to start immediately talking to the crypt chasers. Be like, "All right, well, my bet is that we got some equipment in here They got some equipment out there.
As you take stock, the excavators of the team have 2 individual beam drills that they use for removing stone or minerals to dig. Your previous experience with these beam drills is they're low energy based weapons that are able to dig, but it's a slow, not like entire mind-numbingly slow process, but it is a slow process.
Slow is fine. Slow means less chance that we cause another cave-in.
Very true. They are precision based digging equipment, so you could find an alternate way of digging out. Yes.
How long can we presume this venture will take in terms of how long can we anticipate they'll be stuck down there, even with our assistance?
You have all the excavation equipment was inside the tomb. They were able to bring some of it with them, but Chav was adamant about getting everybody down inside, as having stones falling on your head is more likely going to happen. You guys do have tractor beams that could help with removing debris, but it also could create a bigger problem with the precarious nature of the collapse of this tomb. So you'd have to be very careful with the extraction, but you could use your guys' tractor beams to try and dig their way out.
Would that allow Dove enough time to investigate their ship and see if there's the exact orders from their benefactor? What we're actually looking for. Time. Take your time.
That's what that cheeky smile is for.
She wants to know what they're after exactly.
So, the slow and safe way of going about extracting people trapped underground is a process that takes usually 1 to 2 weeks. It's slow and careful, as you don't want to disturb the surrounding structure. Using that knowledge in mind, you know you have at least 1 week, maybe 2, to work with to do your investigation. That's 1 to 2 weeks of them trapped underground with limited supplies.
Good news is, though, that we have communication back and forth. So, and also we have expert diggers with us. Like, it's literally their job to dig shit up. So between Guy's supernatural ability to fucking like get information and send it places, and then these guys knowing exactly what to do in terms of digging safely, I think so long as we're taking time to actually do it safely, I think that with the community, like if Guy was like, here, let me scan this and send it to you, do you think we can use a tractor beam from the outside, or can we use something else? You got tow cables on your ship as well, so rather than a tractor beam, you could potentially just like pull smaller things that aren't going to be as devastating, or just moving shit by hand. Dove has power armor. So I think that like moving from both ways, and that also, because another thing that would come up that I would think of is when you're trying to dig out from the inside of something, you don't know what it looks like on the outside.
Right.
Now we do. So we can go, hey, we shouldn't move that yet because that's going to cave in. We can see that on the outside. Maybe we can brace this and move around it, and
yeah,
so on and so forth.
I will also have to point out that you have a party member who was critically injured and was miraculously able to be stabilized for the moment. His injuries are severe and he requires surgery.
Yeah, if I may, I think once like it's been like, okay, everybody, like the everybody inside is okay. They were able to like move far away from the debris. Check in with Dove, check in with Raul, check in with Chav. Once like Guy has the concept of everybody at least is like stable, like now we go from to problem solving. That's the moment where he will probably reach out and just say, hey, and I think this is a moment where, if you guys are listening, this is probably the first time that Guy seems to pause with hesitation before saying something. Like he's always been very like, he just says things, like not a care in the world. And in this case, he goes, hey, so, and there's like a pause. So I have Bess in the back the tank of my ship. He was still breathing, but without some serious intervention, surgical, I do not think he is going to make it. And unfortunately, Gal and I, we do not have the means to do it here. You can tell that there's like almost like a tone of apology, like that he feels bad that he cannot offer the solution. That he cannot just like be like, Bess is gonna make it, Bess is gonna be fine, I got it. He doesn't have that to offer, but he's like, so there is a chance I may need to get him to the nearest location that I can think of to save him.
Chav's going to interrupt because he thought Bess was gone. He saw that Bess was there, couldn't get a lock on him with the hook shot, and then the detonator went off. And like knowing that could be anybody else next, just kept going for the rest of the encounter. Like, we'll deal with those emotions later. And hearing, no, he's alive, we got him in a back to tank, Chav like scrambles to the comm and just goes, go to the VCX, get B4. He's got an entire medical bay there.
So, Guy does have the same setup as Dr. Bess. However, his droid is more specialized in surgery. However, he's not the droid is not the primary caretaker. He assists Bess in surgery.
But he knows the procedures.
He could. There is a risk. Yeah, he could. B4 could potentially.
Yeah. Before Guy makes any more comment, because I think he would have already by this point had Gal be like, what is the nearest location we know? The shortest amount of light travel that we would need to make to get Bess some help.
I need to... Korriban, where is Korriban?
Because I feel like most likely Guy would know through Gal about BCA, Bess's droid, and the risks of the droid doing it on their own. Like, I don't think Guy would consider that unless he believes there's no way in hell he cannot pilot his way to a location with like a proper person.
Okay. There's Felucia. There's of an outpost based on Felucia that you could reach out to. However, it is in Imperial control. Rinvar. That's within the sector. That's minimal time spent traveling. There's also Raxus, which is where the crew. Well, actually, you wouldn't know about the.
Considering Guy's work reputation and history and past, would there be any spots within this area that would allow him to be able to have a safe landing, no questions asked kind of thing?
On Felucia, yes. I mean, your ship is registered with the corporation, so you already have some level of protection when it comes to interacting with the with Imperial bases. But for Dr. Bess's best shot to survive these injuries, Felucia is your best bet.
Above table, or maybe not, I don't know. Could I make it? How long would it take me to get in there?
Within the sector, so 12... Where is it? Within sector, I believe, is a 12-hour travel. You're going to be pushing it.
That's fine.
Yeah. At least, 8 to 12 hours, depending on your astrogation check. So, is that your intended action?
I'm going to say that I respond to Chav when they talk about taking Bess to the other ship. And there's a silence, Chav, before you hear. I am aware of the capabilities of Bess's droid. However, when I tell you that he needs proper medical attention, I mean it. To try the droid is very high risk. There's a location. 12 hours, maybe. Less if I am... No, less. I can get him somewhere in less than 12 hours.
Chav's gonna sigh, kind of have a moment, make an eye contact with Rawl and Ego in turn. All right, take B4 with you. Maybe it'll keep him stable that extra little bit that you need. Guy?
Yeah.
Let's just say that the best pilot in the galaxy better not be fucking buried right now.
Okay.
Guy just says, lucky for you, he's not.
Put your money where your mouth is, bus driver. And he clicks off the comms.
I'm going to say that I'm going to then reach out to Dove. And I'm going to say, I'm going to take Bess. I will leave some equipment from my ship with you. It should help you with either keeping an eye on this area or scanning for potential other entry points. I will return as soon as I'm able.
Question, Tarzan.
Yes.
Carbonite stasis. Would that also work in the ways of placing him in a medical stasis that would stabilize him in his exact condition? It's painful. Canonically, we know it's a painful process, but
I would say it's probably going to be. I would say it's minutely more effective than Bacta, but we're talking about taking him out of his current situation and relocating him, and then prepping a ship for takeoff and whatnot. So we have a small window to work with right now. Are we willing to risk removing him from Bacta, relocate him on another ship? The process of freezing somebody in carbonite, it's going to take a lot of time, which he's having to travel across, in the same sector, sublight travel, because there's no way to...
I know. That's too much time.
Yeah.
Dove is I was just putting it out there because
Okay.
technically it is what we do.
I wasn't sure
Um,
if you even had that, but I was thinking it as well. Like if we could freeze them, that'd be pretty good.
Stuff has
But
that.
It could, yeah. If he was already on the ship, that would be probably preferable. But you guys
There
are
is-
already.
Yeah, the risk of that is what happens when you unfreeze.
Yeah.
With the Bacta, you can actually transpose the Bacta. Yeah, with the freeze, you literally have to have the piece be defrosted, and then you have a person, like the body, in whatever position inside.
Yeah.
not to mention the act of freezing somebody in carbonate. Like if you
Can
look
potentially
at-
kill them. Yeah.
Yeah, so like if we didn't have back the tanks, that'd be our number one bet.
It'll be the Hail Mary.
And
Anyways, Dove is going to tell Guy, get him off planet. We've got things covered here.
so yeah,
So,
you won't be able to jump to Felucia, but you can get to Felucia within 6 to 12 hours. So, with a good piloting check, you can clear the distance no problem, and potentially save Best's life. That being said, I need because you're not flying. It's still an astrogation check. So give me an easy astrogation check. You can have a boost from Gal helping you with the check.
Mhm.
I really hope we can pull this off because I really don't want to kill off a player character today.
All right, 1 success, 5 advantages.
Okay.
Actually,
Easy
you know
difficulty.
what? I'm gonna cash in a light side token too.
Okay, just roll one more proficiency to not
Wait,
ability
no,
die.
that's- Sorry. Mm. Okay,
Perfect.
so 2 successes, 6 advantages.
That replaces the 1 success that you already had. So it's still 1, but one additional advantage. So you're at 5. Okay, 1 success, 5 advantages.
Wait, no, why does it's 2 successes? Because that yellow is basically the green one, right?
Yeah, which was your 1 success.
Oh, that was the 1 success. Okay.
Okay. So, with that, you cut the travel time in half, pushing your ship to its limits as you barrel across the galaxy. Yeah, easy.
This is like, it's one of those moments that if Chaff could see this, especially with that triumph that I just rolled, like this is the most like the most coveted Uber driver that anyone who wants to have their food as hot as possible could ever ask for.
Somehow the food arrived hotter than it did when it
Yeah,
came up.
pretty much. Yeah.
Yeah.
So this is just like Guy is just fucking going, and Gal is just basically the one that is like, no, like there's an asteroid field over here. There's like this thing over here, and it's just
Yeah.
like they're gonna do. It's just doing this like crazy like maneuver.
Yeah. You push your ship to its absolute limit as you cut this time in half to 6 just shy of 6 hours. However, the rest of you, what are you guys doing on Korriban as Guy leaves the atmosphere?
Going through the digger ship, looking at their instructions.
Okay.
Find anything I mentioned.
Chav's gonna do whatever he can to make sure that Rawl is actually in one piece because he got blown up too, but he was still walking.
Yeah. Rawl, how are we feeling right now? This creature seemed determined to get at what you can only assume is ego, as he seemed to not even acknowledge you in the moment when you were assaulting him.
How did it focus in on ego? What was the reason?
It has the ability to sense Force users, and because Ego reached out to try and control its emotions, it then detected Ego and was hellbent on getting to him.
But I also use Force.
You did not actively use the Force.
I did.
Oh yeah, the sapper thing. That was right after you got blown up, though, and you ran inside.
So what you're
I would
saying is that I had double reason to get inside that tunnel.
Yeah.
The
So-
reason why I am frazzled right now is just because with the explosion happening, there was an immediate fall. I fell 15 feet out of the air just to the ground. And I couldn't do anything about it. But,
That was
So-
according. Oh yeah, okay, yeah.
because you made me roll a coordination check. Yes.
Right.
But I couldn't do anything besides that, which I had things that I could have done. So the frustration is strong, both in me and in Raw right now. And with the mention of the X5R demolitions kit that Guy has, if we try that, it's going to create a very large explosion, which could attract more attention from whatever's in the tomb. We already have a lot of noise going on. Another explosion would probably send them careening this way.
Hmm.
That being said, Raw is basically a beacon for all of these creatures because they're all force sensitive for some reason. I want to make a
Sit down, come on.
hard I want to make a hard knowledge education check in order to do the known schematic maneuver for the building.
Ooh. Ooh.
Is there any way that Chav could assist in this matter? I believe the answer is no, but if I can,
I mean,
This is
Yeah,
essentially
you don't even have to do that because Guy had already mapped out the tomb.
not the entirety of the tomb, just what was already discovered and the things that
Ooh.
they had been up till now. The
Could that be my
entirety of
help?
the underground.
Could that be my help showing him what Guy has already mapped out, and then he's basically just trying to fill in the gaps?
Okay.
This is like Raw's informed knowledge of how buildings like this are built and
Right.
taking in all the context clues and basically formulating a map in his brain.
Okay. What are we trying to ascertain? Are you trying to find a safer route out via digging, or are you trying to figure out where these tunnels are leading?
More if there would have been installed a kind of back way or air duct that might have been put in for certain purposes for ventilation and whatnot, or based on Dathmirian and via Dathmirian Sith teachings, if there was other kinds of secret entrances that could have been put in tombs specifically.
So, I will point out that you guys are no longer in the tombs. You guys are underground in the tunnel systems that was dug out by whatever inhabitants were here. So you guys are not in the tomb at this point.
So the entrance that has collapsed was not the tomb entrance of the antechamber?
Yes, that was brought down, and then the continued assault from the Tentarek brought down the entire chamber on top of itself.
So that tomb is like done.
It's buried, yeah.
So okay, so which side of the room are we in? Are we closer to
You're
the
underground.
chamber?
No, the ritual chamber was on the complete other side. You guys went down into the tunnel system that Tutorek.
Where you got dragged.
Yeah, where you were dragged underground. So you guys are underneath the tombs now.
So we're headed closer to where Rawl felt that presence initially.
Yeah.
the Forbidden Tomb and the cavern that was discovered by Guy's droid.
I wouldn't have brought us here unless we had no other choice. And buddy, we had no other choice.
Still want to make this knowledge check to see if he has a general understanding of where this place might be leading.
Okay.
Via things like lichen moss growing under, because this is now just natural cave, correct?
No. This cave was, or these tunnels were definitely carved by something.
Okay. So yeah, let's.
But with the information of how these tombs are structured and the precarious nature of that forbidden tomb that's buried underneath all these tombs, you can try and generalize an idea on how or where these tombs converge naturally to try and figure out a alternate route out of these catacombs. So go ahead and do that. Give me that knowledge check.
Does he get a boost die from using the map provided by Guy?
Yep, and I'll give you an additional boost die with Chav helping you map out a general idea of what these tomb structures are like.
Hell yeah, buddy. Let's kick it in the dick.
Damn it, dude. All right, you said a boost die.
You have 2 boost die to this check, yeah.
2 boost die. Yeah, we'll just do that.
Okay.
Come on, buddy. 8 successes. Holy shit, buddy.
That's a good one. That was a good one. You said it was a hard difficulty, right?
Correct.
Okay.
I have nothing that can.
Oh, hell yeah. So
Okay.
6 successes, 1 advantage. Fuck yeah, buddy.
Okay, so you kneel down on the ground and taking a look at the schematics that or the scannings that Guy had provided to the crew. You start trying to calculate how these tunnel systems would be, or how these tunnel systems would be structured to keep this this forbidden tomb accessible but hidden. The idea is that there should be some additional tunnels accessible through that forbidden chamber that you found yourself in. You just didn't explore it further. You guys were just more drawn to the door itself and your interaction prior to that. So you could find a way out. You'd have to get closer to that forbidden chamber.
With that check, can I surmise how much, in my head, how much they would have to tunnel through or blast through in order to get a sizable entrance back to safety?
To dig their way out from underneath the tomb of Darth Bane. That will take ultimately about 2 weeks of digging. If you're buried underneath the tomb, right, and your current access point is inaccessible, so you're gonna have to laterally dig out to safely excavate a way out. So we're looking at like 2 weeks of, especially with limited supplies. Eventually, those beam drills will run out of power supply, and you guys will have to find alternative means of digging as well. So it's doable, but it's a long process. The more likely and more plausible plan would be to find an alternate way out that would be faster.
If I utilize my ranks in construction specialist in conjunction with the demolitions kit, could I essentially sure up supports on size of explosion of collapse and
Support beams and
yeah, and then do control blasts in order to make my way through.
With no means of supplies, no. You don't have the means currently to do that. You could probably steal some brick and mortar from the pre-existing tomb down below, but it's not going to be a failsafe without actual beams and support structures in place. That's again, you're trapped down here with little supplies.
I'm aware. Did they
They brought some gear and artifacts with them. They have 2 beam drills at their disposal, which affords you the means of expediting your tunneling if you go this route. But again, you're looking at like 2 weeks worth of digging.
Did any of them grab the contortion shield? Just to make sure that we know.
They've grabbed a couple artifacts. I'll say yes. You'll have the Cortosis shield as well.
In fact, if Chav knew a dick about the Force when everything was like, hey, this thing still wants to get down, I was literally going to, like, if I knew anything, I'd grab the shield and just put it over Ego.
But yeah. So yeah, your options are digging, which will take a lot more effort and drain a lot more of your resources, or finding another way out, which will cut your time in half.
But also, the digging would draw attention as well, possibly.
Right. And with the cacophonous debris falling, that's already probably drawn some attention, albeit in a different direction than where you guys are currently at. But
Rawl's gonna look at Chav as he asks this question. The way I see it, we've got 2 options. Either we stay here, dig our way out of this god-forsaken pit, or plunge forward into the abyss. Who knows what's down here, and hope that we can make some kind of headway. I propose this. Do you still have the tracker that Guy gave you?
Chav, I don't think anybody has any knowledge of the actually,
No.
now would be a good time for me, the player, to ask Victor, what is Chav's tracker labeled on your map?
here we go, everybody.
The Cloud Kid.
Bravo. Well done.
Pretty much
will
like
work
as
for that.
while like Raul is kind of like going over everything and like, you know, well, I think this tunnel goes here, stuff like that. Chav like sees that and just goes, wait a minute, and then like kind of like takes a step to see if it moves and stuff, and you go, son of a bitch, and then he starts looking for the fucking thing.
Go ahead. You can go ahead and do a hard perception check to try and find it.
Do I have a boost deck die because I know I have one on me?
Sure. You could get an additional one if Raul decides to help you with it.
Nah, I'm gonna let him keep doing his thing. I'm gonna say that this is because if I don't find it, it's whatever.
Your initial instinct is check your chest, your pockets, nothing.
Use the
Can't
light
find-
side token, why not?
Do it.
Yeah, we're wrapping up here, so yeah.
It's on an easy
And then
difficulty.
leave me one for the computers, whatever,
You know
whatever.
what? Why not? Light side token. We're gonna roll a proficiency die because it can only go up from here.
Hey,
You did
that doesn't
it.
beat it. It doesn't beat it.
Did so well. Are you sure you don't want a boost die?
Bro.
I had a boost die.
It wasn't Rawls boost die.
It's okay, buddy. It's not gonna bite you.
I'm literally bugged. What are you talking about?
So then,
Damn, I have so many triumphs that I didn't even get to use.
But either way, like,
as well,
say that again. I'm sorry.
we have triumphs that we've never used.
No, I think we used all of ours. We only rolled like 2 or 3.
Yeah. Yeah, you check your pockets as an initial reaction. Unfortunately, you do not find a tracker. And
So to make Rawls' question make sense, at some point in time, Chav would point to that icon on the map and just go, "That's us right now."
and as you take in reference of the holo projection map, you guys are currently centered about a mile away from the Forbidden Chamber, right before communications start getting really spotty for the surface. So you guys took a pause in a position where you could still have communication with the surface. But if you proceed any further down, you will lose communications with them.
Yeah, knowing that if we decide to, we will definitely let Dove know so that she's not just like digging away on the outside and then like, what the fuck, they're not here. So knowing that now that everybody is aware that Chav has this proposal, or this tracker, he just doesn't know where it is. What is Rawls' proposal?
Well, Rawl was gonna take it, and being the fact that
You were gonna fucking go solo into these fucking tunnels.
and then leave you guys to dig it out.
You're crazy. Why are you always doing these crazy plans? I love it, but it stresses me out.
First of all, even if I do the Ichor transfusion, it would leave me with so little strain, but I would be wound healed, plus whatever first aid I did to myself.
Strain does recover after you take a rest, so you guys have time to recover if you do decide to do the Ichor transfusion. You're gonna need to take a rest, and then your strain will recover completely.
Okay.
So it's a great way to quick heal.
Either way, out of all the people here in the room currently, the creatures have been reacting to Rawl the most. They're going at some point to be interacting with us if Rawl goes off and does basically a gale with
No.
not really a gale, but like he's gonna be a force beacon to draw the creatures away.
And then what?
Well, here's the thing: you don't know if there's more creatures down here aside from the Tucata that you.
Oh, we know. We know.
I also don't know what
It's a gamble.
else is down here that could help. Which, let's face it, it's a Sith tube. There is things down here that could help. So
it's a gamble. But
Well,
yeah,
you're thing that Chav, when you're like, "Hey, do you have that tracker, Chav?" You know what? I'm gonna make this even funnier. Chav's gonna kind of like pat himself down, going, "I can't fucking find it." And I don't know, man. I don't have it. Like, how the hell did he get it on? And then he's gonna think, and then it's gonna be a flash to when they were playing Pilot's Chess, and then a flash of being offered a snack, and then Chav's gonna look at Raw and go, "I think I gotta poop it out."
Oh God, that's hilarious. He's gonna go digging through his poop. Oh, that's great.
That guy has created this in Chav.
He can't find it. He doesn't know where it is.
Either way, what you're looking at is you're spending some time down here. ideally, my recommendation would, above table, I would do the Ichor transfusion so you could recover your strain.
That's gonna happen regardless. Above table, my suggestion. Now, since we can't find the tracker and Raw can't go by himself, and still be found, or at least let the party know that hey, they can't go that way because he looks dead. So somebody will have to go with Raw. We can't bring the entirety of the party with us. This is what I'm trying to get at, because the diggers, the researchers, are a reliability in tight spaces. Like, they can get picked off one by one.
Yeah.
If we leave Dove and Ego here to guard, and while
Dove is not in the tomb.
Oh, not
or
Dove.
in the tunnels.
Sorry, Ego.
Yeah.
Here to guard with Demolition's kit. And they start working on digging. Raw and whoever else can go
And secure a route out. Yeah.
and secure a route out somehow, or at the very least draw the attention of who or whatever else is in this tomb.
That's fair. That's a solid plan. Traveling alone down here would not be the ideal route.
At this point, Rawl just killed somebody. I don't think he cares anymore.
Yeah.
Okay? He killed somebody. He didn't mean to do it, and he didn't even do it because he wanted to.
I didn't think he was going to stay in range of that thing. I thought he was going to run.
He did it under orders. Okay? Rawl's everywhere right now.
Yeah. That's crazy.
I don't know what to do. I literally, my entire character is built to do one thing, and he can't do it.
You guys did good. I didn't think you guys were going to fight the thing, but yeah, you guys did good.
You did good.
You guys
did good.
I wasn't expecting you guys to be able to kill the thing. I
Man is dead because of this.
You guys definitely did a lot better than I was anticipating. Shit. Yeah,
So-
how'd you get? Oof.
To sum up and whatnot, Rawl's just gonna go. Listen, the researchers are a liability, one that we cannot afford to lose, because there goes our paycheck. At the very least, I would like to get paid for this bullshit.
That's true. So what do you
Order.
recommend?
In order for us to get out of here, and hopefully all in one piece, we'll have to split the party again. Someone is going to have to try and find a way out another way, while the only tried and sure way that we have to get out of here is digging back to the surface. That's going to take time.
Yeah, but what ends up happening if going? All right, so you have a guesstimate on this map here about possibly where another exit might be. You think that it's going to be quicker to find that exit, or it's going to be quicker to just start digging?
These tunnels down here seem older, much older than the tomb above, so stands to reason that a different objective was in mind when this place was made. So there could be other exits, but those exits could be guarded by something far worse than we've encountered before. And while we're here for probably several weeks digging away, whatever those things could come to investigate. And I, for one, would rather have a leg up on what's coming than just sitting ducks, shouting in the dark.
Tarzan,
Yes.
above table.
Yes.
If our estimates on the unmapped tunnels are correct,
Yes.
how long would it, and I know this is an estimate, is it marginally better time-wise to look for another exit or to just dig? Because if we're just going to get lost down there for weeks, we might as well have stayed and kept digging.
Right.
We won't get lost.
Right. From Rawls' estimate on the structural formation of these tunnels, there's portions where it does seem like man-made. There's other portions where it was definitely carved by something else. The tunnels that are man-made have a system that seem to branch off to the various tombs that are positioned to entrap whatever is down here where it's at. So they had to get to it via the other Dark Lord tombs. So there's a good chance if you go towards the Forbidden Chamber, you guys can find an alternate tunnel that would lead to another Dark Lord's tomb.
Wait, hold up. I'm just now realizing this too. The Dark Lord inside the holocron that we still currently have said Darth Bane said that we had to go find the other holocrons in order to unlock, right?
To learn how he said if this being gets loose, you need the other 3 holocrons to learn how to stop him.
Did he say that they were elsewhere off planet that we have to go search, or did he just say they're out there, go find them? And
he said the other lords of the Sith, which you could reasonably surmise that he's referring to the other tombs that are located over this Forbidden Tomb.
Which means that this concentric chamber underneath 4 tombs of Sith Lords that we have to go through is a certain forbidden chamber where where Darth Apocalypse is.
That's what the dots just fell into place, okay? And
it was the explanation of my innocent question when Tarzan was like, oh yeah, like it seems like they kind of connected to this central spot, like that was kind of in tune down here. And I was, oh, I see the plot. I've found it. I've found the plot. Hey guys, we're always looking for the button. It's right there.
That being said, you know that it would be significantly faster to find an alternate way out. However, you do run the risk of encountering more threats.
Correct. In which case, those researchers...
You would spend only maybe a day down here as opposed to spending weeks. That's the trade-off.
Okay. Compounding on that. Can we... Again, it's all assumptions. Can we, knowing that the only person that we have topside right now is Dove, can we shoot for another tomb to exit and have Dove start working from the outside of that tomb?
Also, what kind of weapons does Dove have on her ship? Can't she just shoot the rubble?
We don't want the whole thing to come down.
No.
Yeah.
The thing.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, if you continue to bombard the area, it's already in a precarious state. Any more disruption to the already destroyed section of the tomb will bring more rubble down on top of it and bring it, possibly collapse the tunnels with that.
Do you have lasers, or is it like combustible, like type of artillery coming from the ship?
Hers is a jump master. They only have one weapon, which is a laser cannon. Not necessarily designed for structural.
You said something. You were muted.
Sorry.
It looked like Dia was saying something.
Dove doesn't fight from her ship. It's purely transport, so she only has very minimal combat stuff. She wouldn't use her ship. She'd commandeer one of yours.
That's fair. That's
very on brand for Dove.
while this deliberation is going on below, up top, Dove, a curious thought popped into your mind as to what is the nature of the orders that these Crypt Chasers were given. You make your way onto their ship and begin to toss the interior to find some semblance. Actually, you'd probably go straight to the computer to be.
Oh no, I'm being very careful.
Yeah.
That's how I find out without being caught.
The more effective way of going about finding information, especially orders, is going straight to the computer. Usually that's where everything's normally kept. So go ahead and give me a computers check. I'm going to call this a hard difficulty, as they do have some level of security and
do they?
Let's see.
Do they really?
Not against you, apparently.
Do they really?
It takes a couple hours. It takes about an hour as you're sifting through their files and whatnot. Meanwhile, you're periodically checking in on the locations of your crew down in the tunnels below, making sure they're not just dropping off or disappearing. You eventually stumble across a file. A message coming directly from the University of Coruscant, which catches your attention. All right, this is the information that this is the university they work for. Their orders have to be here. You open the file or the message, and inside you learn that the director of the university has direct orders coming from the emperor himself to isolate and compound any information in regards to the teachings of self-preservation, or any mentionings of immortality that you can find on the planet of Korriban in the Valley of the Dark Lords.
Immortality. Via holocrons? Wow. Was there anything else? Was that?
You also see a message attached to that, coming from the office of the Emperor directly, making mention any and all information regarding the subjects in question must be immediately reported, and any artifacts retrieved, transported to the Emperor himself after discovery. Failure to do so will result in execution and summarily executed, as you will be treated as traitors to the Empire.
Interesting.
So you get a sense that with these orders from the university and the veiled threat from the Emperor, that if they fail their directives, they will be killed regardless.
I imagine that they wouldn't have had time to send comms, since after we were able to discover the holocron, we were attacked too soon.
Right.
You can say no to this. Would there be a way to discreetly attempt to jam communications? For example, if they try to send a report, it doesn't make it to where it's meant to go, to the Emperor specifically. Is there a way to achieve that?
Yes, you could alter their communications array to no longer transmit. There's a way to do it without damaging the communication dish. So you just get on top of the ship itself, start making alterations to this dish, so that way whenever they do try to transmit communications, they can still do short range, but they won't be able to do long range communication.
Yeah.
So you make those alterations, no problem, no skill check required, as you're pretty knowledgeable in that field as is. And yeah, you disable their long range communication without drawing attention to that.
She's
aspect.
doing that so they have a leg to stand on to say they tried, but they couldn't because she understands they're just pawns in all of this. And by the time they get around to doing that, we ideally should have bought ourselves enough time to be long gone.
That's fair. All right. With that, the crew is now faced with a daunting choice, or hard choices, if you will. Maintain their position underground and dig their way out through a process of 1 to 2 weeks to safely excavate a way out, or venture further into the tunnels and find an alternate way out that could take just over a day to do, albeit facing various threats and dangers that stand between them and their escape from these tunnels. Meanwhile, across the sector, Guy races towards the planet of Felucia, desperately trying to reach a medical facility to save the doctor's life, and piloting with every ounce of his skills to reduce the travel time as quickly as possible. Where the rest of this journey goes is to be diced. Again, thank you guys for tuning in tonight's session of Star Wars Edge of the Galaxy. This was a very stressful encounter. I am so happy. You guys did great. Again, no session next week as I will be out of town for my birthday. The story will continue the following week. Don't go anywhere. We love you guys. We'll see you next time.